Good evening to all present and joining us online. The time is now 6 o'clock, and I'm calling the Town of Trophy Club Council to order. We have a quorum with all council members present. As you notice, they're in different seats. Are you seeing this? In case you didn't notice, look around.
I always have to sit next to the principal.
There you go. That's kind of fun. And Dennis on my left. We do have a quorum with all council members present, and the council will now move to an executive session, which is read to us by Terry White, our town secretary. And I'd like to just say, too, that we are introducing a new protocol, and that will be that our town secretary will read all agenda items going forward. Thank you.
Okay, executive session, item 1, pursuant to the following designated section of the Texas Governmental Code, annotated, Chapter 551, Texas Open Meetings Act. The council will recess into executive session to discuss the following. A, Section 551.074, personnel matters, to deliberate the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of a public officer or employee. 1, town manager. 2, town secretary.
Let's do it.
Red light is still on.
Well, we're going into executive session. Are we going to stay here? I'm sorry. Are
No, we
saying-
need to go.
That's
next
correct.
door.
So we need to leave. It is 7 o'clock, and the Town of Council Trophy Club will reconvene into a regular session. No action has been taken on the executive session brief report to the, but there will be a brief report to the community given to us by Denise, our Human Resource Director. Well, while she's preparing, I would like to say that I know everyone in this room is very interested in the search for our town manager, which is, again, the #1 priority of this council. And to date, we have 44 interested candidates, and we are quite excited about that. And we, as our subcommittee, which consists of Councilman Bauer and Councilman Flynn, wasn't that great for me? Yes. And they, along with Denise, we've worked very well together to create a process for selecting what we're calling the best town manager, and that is our goal. So Denise is going to update you on what the process will look like and the opportunity you have to participate in this selection. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and members of council. As Mayor Tiffany indicated, we currently have 44 applicants, and the town manager recruitment will close on July 2nd. You can go to the SGR website to apply. We do anticipate the council will select the new town manager in October. In addition to creating the subcommittee, council contracted with the Strategic Government Resources, SGR, to manage the recruitment process. The subcommittee has developed a community and partner engagement plan designed to obtain feedback from a diverse pool of community members and town partners. The goal of the engagement plan is to identify the core qualities, skills, and traits our community and partners believe are critical for the new town manager to be successful. The Community and Partner Engagement Plan is a 6-point process that includes council outreach, county and town partner roundtable, high-profile partners outreach, boards and commissions discussions, an employee survey, and community engagement forum. Community members can participate and provide their comments and feedback on what is important to them, including important qualities, skills, and traits the new town manager should have through the Community Engagement Forum at www.trophyclub.org/engage. And this is open through July 31st. So, this is the forum, and community members can go on here. They can provide their contact information, but it is not required. And you can put any comments and feedback you would like here and submit it. Please note that we will collect and review the information. However, we will not respond to each individual. With that, I'm here to answer any questions.
Anyone have questions?
I think we pretty much covered it.
Yeah. I just want to restate that during the last 5, 6, 8 weeks of interacting with the community, they want to be involved. They want to know what's happening. They don't want surprises. This is an opportunity for you to present information to this committee as to what and who you believe the qualities for a town manager for Trophy Club. And many of you have lived here for quite a long while. Some of you are new residents. Give us input. We want you to participate in this process. I'm going to ask you, will you raise your hand and say yes? So please help us. That's what we're wanting you to do. Thank you so much. Thank you, Denise. The invocation will be led by Pastor Ryan Bradley of Barra Church, and the pledges will be led by Councilmember Flynn. Thank you.
Let's pray. Dear God, thank you for tonight. Thank you for the rain you've given us and just this chance to gather. And so thank you for this great town, and I pray for this council. Give them wisdom, give them guidance, give them unity, and just let this community be united. So again, thank you for these proceedings and these decisions, and more than anything, we just pray that there is a great community who love one another and support one another. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Would you please join me in the pledges? First, the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you. Public comments will be read, and I want to also introduce a kind of a new little process for our agendas going forward in our meetings. Our current secretary, interim secretary, Terry Johnson, will be reading all of the agenda items as we go through. And so Terry will read for us the following.
Okay, you didn't have anyone sign up for public comment.
Okay, then no reading.
Okay.
Y'all wanted to move forward, you're going to get to the end of this, so you're going to get down there. Okey-doke, let's go to announcements and reports.
Number 2, comments by Sue Jamal, newly reappointed member to the DENCO 911 Board of Managers.
I don't see Sue.
Number 3, announcement of upcoming boards and commissions application period and impending interviews and appointments.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. As I'm filling in for interim
Yes.
Town Manager
of course.
Arata tonight here. The boards and commission applications are online and they are open right now. They will be open until August, open from June to August. We encourage as many people as possible to look at that, have questions, please direct them to staff or council members or whoever. Any question, ask is all I would say first. And then definitely if you're interested, come look and contact us. And I'm going to jump down a little bit and start comments by Town Manager.
Okay.
And the first thing I have is that we're still looking for lifeguards. They're still looking for lifeguards to apply for the pool. They still think, I believe, at least 10 more. So they're really actively looking for that. And then for the next part of this, I'm going to have Matt Cox step up and talk about an issue that's arisen today via email.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, good evening, Mayor and Council. Yesterday, I received an email. We've got, as y'all know, the gas well sites a lot of them are already moving forward in the construction. Last week, we met with the contractors, just almost like a pre-construction meeting because they're fixing to start doing the forms, rebar, pouring. The question came up on early pours because of summertime. Well, fortunately, during this meeting, we had Philip, which is Tignon Perkins, our town engineer, and Tignon Perkins also, we've got contracted, they're one of their inspectors. So the question came up on, of course, how early. And the very first site that's going to be prepped and ready is at the end of Trophy Club in Kent. And they are requesting a 3 a.m. pour. They can't get concrete on Saturdays, so it has to be a Monday through Friday. We've got pros and cons, obviously. It's summer, there's no school or whatever, but the question came up is, the first one I asked is, how large are these pours? Are you gonna pour them all at one time? The town engineer, because this is our infrastructure, this is going to be ours, it's yes, the developer's paying for it, but we've got it for the next 20, 25, 30 years. We're wanting it to be poured as best as possible. So town engineers and the inspector were both in agreement that the earlier the better on these pours. So I asked him to shoot me an email on what this would look like. This coming Friday, they actually have the ability to get the concrete. It would be 27 to 30 loads, so you're looking at 27 to 30 trucks. They're also pumping it. Those would set up around 3 a.m. The pump truck would be set up first, then the concrete, they'd start probably around 4, and he said probably around 7:30, they're finished. They do have lights, obviously, because it's dark. They said they'd be conscious of any of the neighboring residents having all of those lights facing away from. So as per our ordinance, and David and I had already talked about this, town manager and/or designee has the ability, because this falls under our noise ordinance, has the ability to approve that permit. So what I've sent that permit to them, the noise, asked them to fill it all out, and so that's what I'm presenting. So not so much presenting, but I'm just kind of explaining this is what they would like to do, and we're feeling like that in the town's interest, that's the best thing to do, because this is not private streets. This is going to be public infrastructure for us long-term. So
Can you clarify the neighborhood, the streets that are going to be impacted? And
this particular one would be the very first. Also, so this will be at the end of Trophy Club and Kent. This one's 7H Falcon Estates.
Okay.
The next one would be 8. They're doing it in the same way that they have brought the preliminary plats and final plats to us, because that's the process on that. The very last sentence, and I'll read it, but he said, "It is my understanding that this will be a trial run. If all goes well, we're hoping to have the ability to do the same on the rest of these."
Matt, is there a communication strategy at all for the surrounding area,
Absolutely.
neighbors? Can you speak to that?
Yes, sir. So what we did before the final plats were approved, we reached out, Alicia, my admin assistant, she reached out to the HOAs and she gave a list of all the addresses, and we got email addresses for each of these homeowners that are directly impacted. So this would be a broader, obviously, reach, but we've been in communication with them saying next week they're probably going to be starting construction. And then same with 8H, and we've already got a list for 4H, 3H, and 2H as well. So we just have not communicated anything with them because there hasn't been any construction at this point. So just 7H and 8H is who we've had communication.
Dennis?
Matt, any blockage of traffic coming out, all these trucks and that pumper is not going to block the street?
No, sir.
Okay.
So, because
Other questions?
they'll set the pumper where the lots, where the houses are going to be, since they're not pouring slabs. This is all for street, so.
Good. Any other questions? Thank you.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it.
Okay, number 5 is comments by council members.
Okay, this is again somewhat of a new little add-in that we're doing, and that is all of us traverse around the 2 counties representing Trophy Club in various different ways, whether we're at meetings or mayor meetings or whatever, and we may learn a little bit of tidbit of information that might be of interest to you, but also you also know that we're working for you, so we're out there representing you and representing Trophy Club. So this is an opportunity for council, if anyone has something they would like to share with the group, the town, please free. Anybody? Go. No? Well, I do. So, 'cause guess what? I have been the write-in mayor. And everywhere I go right now, people say, "Oh, you're the write-in mayor." So I was in Denton County not long ago and had the great opportunity to meet with mayors in Denton County. Of course, it's the opportunity to learn about what's going on. It's also the opportunity to drive through the country roads in Denton County because there are a lot of them. And I'm coming home and I'm saying to myself, Trophy Club is a great place to live. Drive through the country roads, come back home, and you say, you know, this is wonderful. But I did learn that Denton County, by 2050, will have a population of 2.5 million people. That's a lot of people. It's a lot of growth. Then I went to visit with the Tarrant County mayors, and that includes South Lake, West Lake, Keller, and they are booming, you know, and buzzing. So it was fun. It's a great way to represent Trophy Club for you because we are a place that people do envy, because all you have to do is come in and there's no back door, and you have to go back out the same way you came in, and no one has that opportunity. So that's been my experience over the last couple of weeks, but then also I would like to share with you that we have just opened a new room in the town hall, and it's called a public conference room. So when you come in, and if you need a place to bring friends to have a meeting, and you don't know where to go to meet, and you don't want to go to Starbucks, bring your coffee and enjoy our new conference room. It's public, no charge. Just go in there and enjoy yourself, and that's kind of something new in the town hall. Anybody else? Anyone? That's it? Nobody? Steve, you've been around. What have you been doing, Jeff? Nothing?
Working.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay.
Okay, number 6, receive update on July 4th celebration.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Town staff and the volunteers on the 4th of July committee have been working very hard, and the event is really coming together. We will have the patriotic 5K fun run again, as we have in the past. It will start at 7:15, and they're expecting 400 participants is what we're expecting for that. Then after that, it's the Parade of Patriots, and expect the same high volume participation we've had as in the years past. The route will remain the same as it has been in the past, and it starts at 9:30 a.m. in the Byron Nelson parking lot. So for your traffic planning on that day, if you need to know that, and I'm sure all this is on the website also. After the parade, we'll start preparing for the 4th of July fireworks celebration in the park, which begins at 6 p.m. in Independence East. We're not doing wristbands this year. It's a completely free event. We already have 14 food vendors joining us, as well as lots of activities for the kids, including inflatable bounce houses and slides, giant sports and lawn games, a rock climbing wall, face painting, glitter tattoos, and more. That will go on until approximately 9:40 is when the lights will be turned off and the fireworks presentation will start. And I'm going to say this is an estimate. I'm not guaranteeing it should end about 10:30 p.m. That is an estimate on that. Obviously, if you have any questions, please reach out. We have a lot of this information online also, and please ask.
So maybe, Stacy, I'll call on you to update us all, but flag planting, right? The infamous flag planting, that's on the 2nd, correct? So that's going to be awesome, seeing 40,000 flags or whatever the number is.
Yeah, we have flag planting planned for, I believe, June 25th and 6th here at Town Hall. Flag pickup is at 2 p.m. on Sunday, the 25th, and 1 to 3 on Monday, the 26th, for anybody that's coming from their HOAs to pick up flags.
Thank you.
Any other comments?
I do have a comment.
Go.
I had mentioned that it could be a nice idea to consider alternating the direction of the parade. I don't know, I asked them to look at it and see if it was feasible, if it would inhibit any viewing or anything, but it might make it nice to reverse it once in a while so that the residents that are affected by the parade route might get an opportunity to escape out of their home a little easier.
That's a discussion for the Parks and Rec.
I'll pass
But
it on.
Well,
who's in Parks and Rec in here right now? Y'all, you talk with them about it? I mean, it's a decision.
I'll pass it on to them.
Yeah, right, thanks. Thank you. Others? Anybody else? I I'm going to encourage you to plant your flags, get involved, get your neighbors, get your captains, organize yourself, and participate in a great tradition in this town. And like I said not long ago, you might be surprised how many people move to Trophy Club because the flags flying on the streets. They see them and say, this is where we want to live. So be a part of it. This is one more way you can contribute to your community.
Okay. Number 7, communication and marketing update.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm here to share some exciting news from the Communication and Marketing Department. Last week, the Texas Association of Municipal Information Officers conducted their 2023 annual conference, and we, the Town and Trophy Club, received recognition on communication excellence in government. The Tammy Awards highlight outstanding communication in a variety of topics, including websites, social media, video production, and publications. The competition this year was tougher than ever. With over 1,200 cities and towns in the state, there were a record-breaking 547 entries across 29 categories, and Trophy Club took home 2 of those awards. In the category of Publications Report for population under 75,000, the 2022 annual report took home the first place Tammy Award. That's the state's highest communication honor. In the category of video, best use of short-form video for a population under 100,000, our Trophy Club 4th of July celebration shorties earned us second place, the Award of Excellence. Betsy and I were honored to accept these awards during the conference. These projects were made possible thanks to the collaboration and teamwork we received from all of our departments, the directors, and their teams. I also want to say a special thank you to Betsy Strawn for her help with these and all of our communication projects we have ongoing. She's been a tremendous asset and a huge creative help. In addition, we couldn't do what we do without our amazing support we receive from our town leadership, including our mayor, council members, and town manager. These 2 trophies will join our other 4 to make a total of 6 Tammy Award trophies for Trophy Club. We'll be posting a press release tomorrow with the links for the winning entries for anyone who's interested in seeing them. Thank you again for your wonderful support. We really appreciate each one of you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Any comments?
Great job.
Yeah. Give her a. Thank you, Jill. We'll go to consent agenda.
Okay, I'll read all of the items at the same time. Number 8, consider and take appropriate action to approve the town council meeting minutes dated May 17th, 2023. Number 9, consider and take appropriate action regarding the second quarter investment report for fiscal year 2023. Number 10, consider and take appropriate action regarding a requisition request for procurement of budgeting and transparency software for the Town of Trophy Club from TrophyClubGov and authorizing the town manager or his designee to execute all necessary documents. 11, consider the FY24 proposed budget calendar for the town FY24 budget process. Give direction and clarification to staff as needed. 12, consider and take appropriate action effective June 18th, 2023, authorizing the town manager and/or his designee to make personnel salary adjustments to amend the FY 2022-23 general fund operating budget by $96,499. 13, consider and take appropriate action to approve purchase order 23-00208 for procurement of a 2023 Chevrolet 1500 four-wheel drive truck for community development. 14, consider and take appropriate action regarding a requisition for procurement of a Bobcat mini excavator from Bobcat of North Texas for the Town of Trophy Club for a fee not to exceed $60,000 for FY23 and amend the budget to allow for this expense. 15, consider and take appropriate action regarding a requisition for procurement of 2 full matrix solar message boards from Dallas-Fort Worth Light and Barricade for the town of Trophy Club for a fee not to exceed $50,000. 16, consider and take appropriate action on amending Trophy Club's Code of Ordinances, Section 1.03.033A, to change dates for regular meetings of the town council.
Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Motion to approve consent agenda as presented?
Second. And all those in favor? Opposed? Passed. We'll go to the individual items next, please.
Okay, number 17, consider and take appropriate action on adoption of a resolution by the Town Council of the Town of Trophy Club, Texas, authorizing publication of notice of intention to issue combination tax and revenue certificates of obligation, authorizing the preparation of preliminary official statement and notice of sale, and providing for other matters incidental thereto.
Okay, we're going to do something a little different. Councilman Sheridan would like to discuss this openly before we move for a motion. Would you like to open the discussion?
No, let's hear from Mark to presentation,
Oh, that's correct, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Mark.
or April, or,
Yeah, sorry.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I would just like to introduce the town's bond counsel, Mark McCliney with Samco Capital, and he is here to discuss and answer any questions y'all might have on this potential notice of intention.
Thank you. Mayor and Council, my name is Mark McCliney. I'm with Samco Capital Markets. Although I'd like to practice law, I'm not bond counsel, I'm the financial advisor. Sarah here is with Bracewell, she's your old bond counsel. Again, I'd like to practice law, but I'm not licensed, so I'm glad she's here. She can address any questions that you have regarding the actual notice of intention resolution. As a little background, we've been working with staff on looking at your outstanding debt, where you stand, what you can do with as little impact as possible as you start proceeding towards a new fiscal year. So I have a handout. Do they have what the handout that you and I've worked on?
They do not.
So let me hand this out. And it's a lot of numbers, and we can go through it very slowly, and I want to make sure that it's all very clear. So where you stand right now, your snapshot of where you are, the upper left-hand box, you can see your tax rate. Your total tax rate is 44 cents. Some of it's dedicated solely to operations. And the way our legislature works, we have a set for debt service that solely supports debt. That's the INS portion of the tax rate. I know the mayor and 2 council members have been through this many times. Some probably new faces aren't quite familiar with exactly how the tax rate works in the state. Your debt service is a set number. That's your annual bond payment, just like your mortgage. The way you set your INS tax rate, the portion of your tax rate that supports debt, is that number divided by your taxable value, and that will give you what your INS portion of your tax rate is. So if you look down column 1, you'll see fiscal year, and then there's a line, just so you could see where you've been. Column 3 is your total debt service. In 2022, you were $2.8 million. It dropped to $2.5 million, and it's going to drop again. And you can see each year it's decreasing. Now go all the way to the far right-hand column. Because it's decreasing and because of your valuation, Your INS tax rates dropped from 11 cents to 9.9 this past year. So in our conversation with staff, and why we wanted to come to you all, is if you keep going without issuing debt, that INS tax rate drops even further. You all have to set and sell bonds to set a tax rate. You can't do it and say, oh, we're going to sell them in February or March, and we'll just set our tax rate now for February or March. That would be an anticipatory tax because that council may not make that decision in February. So it has to be issued prior to setting your tax rate if that's something that you want to do. So working with staff, we said, okay, what projects are there? And there were plenty of projects, roads and several other things. And you'll see in the notice of intention resolution that's presented and is there, Appendix A of that has the list of projects. So as we're going through this, we looked at your existing debt. Now you have new proposed debt. And so this is column 4. And you'll see there, new debt, giving us a new total debt service. Excess tax collections, that I won't go into detail, is number that comes from the DCAD, that Denton County Appraisal District, that helps set your tax rate, and it's excess collections from previous years. So they make us use that to offset our existing debt, coming up with a net debt service. And if you can see there, we have added $7 million of proposed new bonds. Now look at the right-hand column directly under the line. The plan would be the INS portion of your tax rate remains the same. So it doesn't go down because you've replaced it. You have other debt going away and decreasing. And so the new bonds don't dedicate any more pennies for debt service. Same amount as you've had. Your M&O portion of your tax rate, you'll be going through that during budget time, and there's set rules and regulations that the legislature's given you that allows you to, when value goes up, the M&O rate has to go down, and then you have the ability to raise it up to 3.5% and various different restrictions. That is completely separate, and is a calculation that you'll do in July and August with staff as you develop your budget. But as you move forward, and if this is something that you want to do, we have to have these certificates of obligation sold prior to you setting your tax rate. And so in order to do that, we have to do a notice of intention resolution, and that's what's on the agenda today. The notice of intention resolution says we intend to borrow an amount not to exceed, in this case it's $7 million, for the following purposes. And that list is on that exhibit, and I can go through that if you'd like, but it's in the actual resolution on what the projects are. It states the date that you intend to issue those. So we would issue those basically roughly 60 days from now. The law says you have to authorize it, get it on the website, on your website, and post it in the newspaper 2 weeks in a row, 46 days prior to you actually authorizing those COs. So we don't know what the interest rate is. If you give us permission to proceed today, we would start that process. We would set a notice of sale, one of the items that was on the agenda, and receive bids on that council meeting date. Come to you, we'll say, we've got 7 bids. The best bid is from Merrill Lynch, and the interest rate is 4.02. At that point, City Council would entertain an ordinance that would allow you to issue those. If you don't like it, you turn them down. Now, again, if you turn them down, your INS tax rate goes down, and you don't have the bond money or the CO money available. And one of the things that we talk about, and we talked about with staff, was if you turn it down, which is, this is a business decision for you all, the tax rate automatically will decrease next year. And it's going to decrease on the INS to about 8.2 cents, depending what your total values are. We don't know what that's going to be. If you then come back next year and want to do a bond project, you'll be in this same time next year, you're going to have to raise the tax to whatever it would take to cover the debt service. So because you have a drop-off, the timing has it that this is the time to move in for a new bond issue if you have the projects and you can proceed to spending it. So it was all timing driven, and this is something we started working with in staff and bouncing things off back in January, earlier this year, and have had several meetings and kind of went through different reiterations. And this is based off of your preliminary, not final values. We won't know what your final values are until July when Denton CAD finalizes it. But we've gone through this process. It will be adjusted, and we can adjust the bond payment so that we hit your exact target of the INS tax rate. So that's the overall summary of where we are and how we got here today. And it's now to you all to make the business decision if, yes, this is what we want to do, or no, it's not, or answer questions that you may have on the finance side of it. And so that's everything I have. So I'm happy to turn it back to you all for questions, or go into more detail, or go into the project list or how it was developed or anything like that.
Now we're open for discussion.
May I?
Yes, you may. Go.
Okay. If we don't borrow and the INS rate goes down, is there a limitation on increasing it by state law?
For next year?
For that, well, for 2 years or whatever,
So
for the
let's say you don't do anything for 5 years.
Yeah.
And your valuation keeps going up and your debt keeps going down. Your INS tax rate has to keep decreasing.
Right.
When you sell bonds, because you're going through the authorization process, when you notice your citizens that you're going to do this, you're in fact giving them information that you're doing it so that they have the right to petition you to take this to an election. Because they have that right, the state views this as a obligation that you, council, can elect, if you have debt service, to set the tax rate, whatever it covers or whatever it takes to cover that debt service. So I hope I answered your question. If you let it decline and 3 years from now you issue $7 million and it takes a 5-cent increase,
Right.
you have the ability to raise it to whatever level it has to cover that debt service.
All right. So it's not regulated like the
M&O.
operation, like M&O,
Yes.
right?
Correct.
Okay. Are these 20-year, 10-year?
These are set, and you can see it on column 8, it is 20 years. Originally, we set the bond notice of intention resolution, I think we set it at 30 years, which was the statutory, kind of statutory language. April got with us, said, can we, since you're talking about doing a 20-year, can you just set it up in there as a 20-year? And although it's not, we can be more restrictive than the statutory language, we can't be looser than the statutory language. So in this case, we got more restrictive and shortened it in the language to not exceed 20 years.
Right. Our packet has 40. And I don't
That
know-
was corrected today.
That was, I don't have the correction then.
Yeah.
Because what I have on my laptop or my pad here is 40, so, but it has been corrected
It
to
has
20.
been corrected.
Yes.
Okay.
Up 20.
And just for clarification, so the citizens know that are listening or here, a CO bond for $7 million does not need approval. This is a council decision. A GO bond.
I do wanna-
Well, excuse me, except for, as you explained.
Yes.
The state assumes that the citizens can, within the next 2 weeks,
For the next 2 months, until
2
you
months, until
authorize
you
them.
authorize it, somebody could petition. Who, one person, 10 people?
Great question. So the notice of intention, and this, the mayor and I were talking, I had a boss that started in the business in 1948, has since passed away. He helped write the CO Act of 1971. And so I had a little insight on that. They purposely set the language at 5% of the qualified voters. And because in their discussion, when they were starting, to come up with that, is they wanted, if this was a controversial project, they wanted someone at the grocery store that could get to an election very easily.
Right.
That was the theory. Now, I'm not sure that's
No, and-
in
and-
practice,
and
but
I
it
think
is
basically, we're talking about whoever's a registered voter, 5%.
Qualified,
Okay.
right.
So there's that one, that's that one. What's that one? Okay, thank you, Mayor. By the way, I'm going to vote against this because the projects are very superficial and broad, and there's, no one showed me that we need to go borrow $7 million. Thank you. Except to keep the tax rate the same.
Other discussion?
Mayor,
Yes.
I think we should just, as you said, Mayor Pro Tem, they're very broad. I think we should go over what the CO would cover.
Well, like for an example, it says here, town hall parking. What's wrong with our town hall parking? That was in, excuse me, I don't know, assuming I'm using the original staff report and resolution.
April, would you like to speak to this?
Yeah.
So Patrick had that added, the interim town manager. He was thinking covered parking. I'm assuming he meant that for the police vehicles and town-owned property that stays here overnight. And he just wanted that as an option to be part of it.
It was my understanding, excuse me, that you were looking at roundabouts,
Yes,
ball
ma'am.
fields,
Right.
various different projects that may need to be looked at for the future. And if we don't have money, we can't do that. Is that correct?
Right, so we have solicited for grants for the 3 roundabouts that council has been speaking about. If funding for those did not come through that method, this would be an option to fund those roundabouts. Another option that Patrick had mentioned was redoing the ball fields at Independence Park to make them to where we could recruit tournaments for that area. Something with our current setup does not allow for tournaments.
Does that include turf? Do we know?
Okay, yes. I wasn't sure, but something out there does not allow us to get tournaments where other cities do, and that's a new revenue source for us, and we're looking for that as well.
And that flows right into our hot taxes, because we
Right.
can't use our hotel taxes
Right.
unless we're putting heads in beds.
Right,
And what's happened, I think, over the past several years, our tournament play has decreased. At one time, we had very strong ball tournament play in Trophy Club, and now it has decreased. And yet, we were talking earlier, this is an opportunity that Trophy Club has to provide good fields for our sports. So that, I mean, it's something. And another comment I will have about this is we're looking at hiring a town manager. And that town manager is going to be charged with a comprehensive long-term plan for this town. And he's going to look at, he or she may look at this and say, you know, these are some projects. Where do I get money to do this? And so if we do not have these bonds, what happens? April, I need to,
we would
we need
have-
to talk to this.
right. We would have to put those projects off and go out for the bonds at a later date and increase the tax rate at that time.
Okay.
What is the specific timing on this project, what we're talking about now? Do we have weeks, do we have months, do we have days? Help us with that.
So that's,
So if I'm understanding your question, so you would authorize these on August, what's the date?
14th.
And so that would be, then you have 3 years to spend the money. So the IRS wants you to spend it, so you're not investing it in making money, because these are tax exempt funds. So they'll want 85% of the proceeds spent in 3 years. If you can think about it, there's many times that doesn't occur because I'll just use a quick example. Someone starts a road project and they find an Indian burial ground. We've got to remediate that, and what the IRS wants you to do then is limit your interest earnings, so you're not earning more than you're paying after that 3-year period. So there's workarounds on that, but we want to be spending it within 3 years.
Okay, I'm sorry, I probably didn't ask the question correctly. We're at a decision point here shortly, right now. Thumbs up, thumbs down. If we don't do anything right now, tonight, can this be discussed in 2 weeks? We have another council meeting. I guess I'm like Dennis, I'm a little concerned that we don't have a lot of detail about the specific projects, the specific costs. Is that an option or not?
It can be. So the rule is we have to have them sold prior to you setting your tax rate. You're probably going to set your tax rate in the first week of September. Do you have that timetable? It's something like that. So the law of the notice of intention says you authorize the notice of intention resolution, publish it 46 days after you publish it, you can sell it. So we're in June, so we're getting tight. So if you had a meeting 2 weeks from now, and I'm going to just get my calendar.
It's the 27th.
46 days, and we could get, say we used the Fort Worth Star Telegram. 46 days later, so tell me again, the next meeting is the 27th?
Yes.
30 days later would be roughly July 26. Another 2 weeks past that will roughly put you late August. So you can delay this by 2 weeks and still meet that timeline. None of the projects that are listed, and do you see those, or have you seen the project list? So those, because you're authorizing them, if you authorize this, doesn't mean you're not going to see these projects again. So the list has to be inclusive, but it doesn't, if you don't have if you decide as a council not to do the town parking, the covered parking, it's okay to have it in and not use it, but you cannot come back and say, if it's not on the list, we need a new roof on City Hall, on Town Hall.
Yeah, I guess from my perspective, I'm more concerned about the list, which was very inclusive, right? There's a lot of stuff there. You can't do all that stuff for 7 million, right? That's the other side of the spectrum. So how we decide to use that is a decision down the road. So you got to put more in there, right? Because you have one shot to put it in there. I'm just struggling with the detail of where we're going with this tonight.
No, understand, but those decisions will come back to you all to narrow that $7 million down to what it will be actually spent for.
So if we were to authorize it now and do the 46 days, is that what it is? Could we wait till the 2 weeks that he's talking about to go ahead and then do the authorization, even if we started it today?
So you could do the notice of intention resolution. You have not sold the debt. You're giving your citizens notice that you're considering these projects. You collectively could have these discussions and come back prior to the sale and say, this is what we're spending, and be more restrictive. But you can't be less restrictive. So you could move forward, get it published, give your citizens notice that you're considering these projects. You can turn down the bond sale in August and not sell. So there's no final decision being made today. This is, again, it's called the Notice of Intention Resolution. It's only noticing your citizens that you could be doing this. It's not saying you are doing it. And so there are going to be many decisions that the council has to make, even after you authorize them. A bid comes in and say you're doing roundabouts and you don't like the bids. we're not going to do it. So you all are making those decisions all along the way. And I think what the interim town manager was doing was trying to make the list large enough to put it in your all's court to make those decisions.
I just want to say I support this because the plan the mayor has going forward with council members talking to the community with the town halls, the outreach that we have going on, we'll get more information. So when August comes around, we can say, no, we don't want to do this.
Well, I think
But if
it's-
we don't do this notice now, then we hurt ourselves down the
I think, Carl, you're right. Hearing that last
I agree.
2 minutes of what you just said about, we're just giving notice, right? We don't have to spend it, we have, okay. Thanks.
So we still have time to develop this,
I have a question.
to create a, go,
I have
go.
a question. Even though they threw a big net out there, it focused on 3 specific areas. The first being parks, really, I'll throw that big net. The other being streets, thoroughfares, sidewalks, all the infrastructure. Public parking facilities at Town Hall, that's kind of a specific. And then the last one says professional services incurred with connections. So I guess that's outside designing, developing, constructing, improving. What if we wanted to add another category? Are we limited now?
Not now, but the moment you authorize, so if you had something else you wanted to consider, it could be added today. Sarah would have to include it in the final resolution. We'd probably want you to in your motion, and I'm just going to grab just what I said earlier, new roof for City Hall. You know, you needed that, and you could put that in there before we authorize and before we get it published and get it in the newspaper. It's got to be in there, in this, because this Exhibit A will be what's published. And so it has to be in there. If it's not in there, we cannot use the funds for it. But as a council, and on today, you could say, we want to add 5 police cars. You could put 5 police cars in there. So, I mean, it is possible today. Sarah would then, maybe we'd get things signed. I'm speaking for you. You would probably adjust the exhibit and get it back here tomorrow for Terry to take care of and get it published. But if you, as a council, said, yes, we needed to add something, that is possible. Tonight, yes.
So we need to get more creative.
You can.
And
You can
add
pass this and then add something.
Correct.
between now and
Yeah,
August.
Correct.
cool.
I think that if we waited 2 weeks, since we have that time frame available to us, we might be able to get into the net here. And if I, as a council member, haven't been asked about these areas that we put forth, it's $7 million. I might have some input to put into it, but I'm not
Right.
going to do it from the dais.
Right.
I mean, we've got to, they're community members that have plans and things they'd like to do that I would like to take 2 weeks to talk about before we do a notice that locks us in.
Is there a motion to accept this resolution?
So moved.
Second,
I'll second.
Councilman Bauer. All those in favor? Are we? One,
5.
raise a hand.
5, or 4.
4. 4, 3.
You still have to ask.
Oh, I do. Oh, I'm sorry. All those in favor, all those opposed? Raise your hand. Thank you. Okay, you got it? It will pass, and we will go forward and also have the opportunity to work together to bring this to a closure. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Thank you. Thank you, Mark, and come back to see us.
I will. I'll be here in month of August, but
Okay.
unless you need me again.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate
Thank
it.
you, Mark. Appreciate your.
Thank y'all.
You want to consider Item number 18,
It's been pulled.
It's been pulled.
thank you. Okay.
Okay, number 19, consider and take appropriate action regarding appointments to the following council subcommittees, boards and commissions, and finance.
Is there a motion to take action regarding these appointments?
Who are the appointments?
Okay, knew you were going to ask that. Number one, for the boards and commissions, it's Luann Hold'em, Jeanette Tiffany, and Stacy Bauer. And finance is Carl, Steve, and Stacy, your finance. Those are the three. Is there a motion to take action regarding these appointments?
I motion to approve as stated.
Is there a second?
Second?
Is there discussion?
Who seconded, I'm sorry?
Carl, I'm sorry, Munger. Is there a discussion?
I've got some hesitancies on it. This has just come up as far as the movement of council members, and I'm not comfortable with the newest council member being on finance. I think we've got people that have been on finance before. I feel like they've gone through all that, and there's not the bell curve that you're going to have to do. We're in the middle of putting new town managers. We're just like fruit basket turnover. So with all due respect, Stacy, I would like to see a more tenured appointee on the finance.
I've been on finance the last 2 years.
I know. I like that.
So with all due respect, how does one learn if one's not there?
Oh, believe me, this town does a lot of learning on the fly. I would like to see a more tenured council member on finance.
Further discussion?
Well, Carl, you said you've been on it before. Does that mean you're interested or would do it if asked?
She listed my name.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. That's two.
Carl?
So that's two tenured.
No, I was referring to our newest council member, not to you, Carl.
Okay.
Yeah,
No, I
so that's
get
two
that. I get
tenured
that.
and
Yeah.
then me.
I don't see any problem with her being on it.
Any other discussion? Is there a motion to approve what?
You have a motion and
Oh,
a
okay,
second
I'm sorry.
on both committees.
I'm sorry, you're correct. Okay, is there a vote?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Those in favor of the appointments as stated, please raise your hand. Those opposed? One opposed. It will pass. Thank you. We will go number 20.
Oh, sorry. Future agenda items list.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. On the future agenda items, we have, first on the list, develop a strategic plan for town addressing future goals with budgetary needs for each department. They're currently working through the direction of the new mayor and council and new finance committee, just announced. And staff has been working on budget for several weeks now, and thanks on that. On Hogan's Glen drainage is the next item. The May 17th meeting resulted in tabling of this request, which is the next item on tonight's agenda. Flashing lights at the existing roundabout crosswalk. That was on the agenda tonight and was pulled, but the town has received some estimates and some new options came up, and that's the reason it was pulled tonight. So it is still in the process. Adjustment to subdivision standards requiring lot drainage to public improvements, prohibiting lot-to-lot drainage, and prohibiting open storm inlets on a residential lot. Allow for special exceptions by P and Z and council where engineering presents a significant critical need. Allow for the grandfather of existing approved drainage plans. Councilman Sheridan and Director of Community Development Matt Cox met with Tignall and Perkins Engineering on April 14th. Tignall and Perkins will advise Matt Cox and staff on what they can add to the engineering civil standards and send updates to Councilman Sheridan for review. Charter Review Subcommittee to address ethical issues, specifically the Code of Fair Campaign Practices, items 1, 2, 5, and 7. At a later date, Mayor Tiffany would like to review the ethical issues in the charter. That's where we have on the future agenda items.
Yes.
Could I ask that another item be put on the future agenda, and that is, I think we need to do something about short-term rentals before we have a issue. That's like, I don't want to, Airbnbs, that type of thing, and I don't mean to identify just them, but that whole spectrum. And so I'd like to ask another council person to support me on that one.
I will support it.
Yeah.
Jeff Beach.
So, okay, Sheridan and Beach, I heard several seconds.
Thank you. Is that it? Any others? We good? Okay, we're going
Thank you.
to, thank you, I appreciate it. 20, before we go to 21, I'm going to give my conflict of interest statement to the town secretary regarding item number 21. I am in conflict of interest, so we are turning this over to our Mayor Pro Tem, Sheridan. Thank you.
Thank you. On number 21, could I ask for a short break before we get into this? Not to keep, Pat, not to keep you guys here any longer, but I do need to break, assuming that we're going to have somebody speak for more than 4 minutes. Okay. Council, we're in adjournment, not adjournment, we're in recess for about 10 minutes. On the town site. Oh, wow, just sudden.
I was told 3 to 4 minutes.
Okay, well, if it does, when it does, it does. If it doesn't, then it'll be still recorded and published on the town site tomorrow morning. Terry, do we have an order? I have several speakers. Do we have an order of speakers?
Your choice, Mayor.
Oh, okay. Pat, may I ask for Pat to be
Can I
first?
announce, can I announce the item, please?
Hold on, yes, please announce the item.
Okay. It's number 21, discuss and consider the request of Hogan's Glen HOA.
Okay, thank you. The order of sequence that I'm thinking I'm going to chair the meeting is I'm going to have the public speak as they wish. I know we have a 4-minute time limit, but if in all fairness, if somebody needs to go over the 4 minutes, please announce it up front, and I will grant, but no 10, 15 minutes, please. Okay? Then after that, we'll have any commissioner discussion. After commissioner discussion, if a motion is made, we'll talk about it and second it. Then I'll ask for any public comments before we vote, if any vote is taken. That's my sequence, okay? Pat, I've got several people here. Pat Curry is one. Please, if you don't mind, I'll choose you first.
Well, we've got an order we want to do it in, and I'll tell you what, I'll give that order to you. First of all, thank all of you all. This has been a long process for you all. I know, just remember, it's been a 5-year process for us, and it's been pretty challenging from a lot of different angles that you will hear about tonight. But I will let each of these people do their own introductions and their addresses and the things that you all like to hear before they speak. But the order that we're going to speak in is Meredith Hannafin first, then Mike Hodge, then Gina French, then Kathy Palmer, and I'm going to bring up the rear, which is probably appropriate. So,
Okay, thank you,
Meredith?
Pat.
Thank you, Town Council. Meredith Hannafin, 9 Stevens Court. I want to start with a simple definition of logic. Logic is defined as the study of rules and tests of sound reasoning. During the last town hall meeting and some of my subsequent review, I heard this basic argument from Town Council. It was, Town Council of Trophy Club can't justify spending town money on private property. It sounds quite logical until you consider the past and present state of the common areas of Hogan's Glen, adjacent and downhill from the Trophy Club Town Center and many other parts of this beautiful town. There's no denial that the town did not have the proper controls required to prevent tons and I do mean literally tons, of silt from traveling into the common areas that hold runoff water known as the Hogan's Glen ponds. These days, they look unfortunately more like wasteland that have gathered waste from multiple areas of Trophy Club. I start tonight with a presentation of a few pictures. I apologize this didn't get into the deck, but the first one is the morning following the Arts and Garden Festival, and they are in order for you, Town Council. This is the morning following the Arts and Garden Festival. You will notice a tremendous amount of trash that did not check in at our guarded gatehouse for entry. It traveled through a town drainage system under Indian Creek, through a town-owned culvert, right into our common areas that hold the runoff water from a very public space. The other pic I'd like to show was during the storm Sunday evening. You'll see that water is traveling quite nicely right over that town culvert into our ponds. Here is Monday morning after the storm, taken by a resident that lives right off of Cypress, and we even have a shoe. This shoe did not check in with our guardhouse. So if anybody's missing a shoe, perhaps we put it on Trophy Club Buy and Sell. We've got it. You can see once again the debris avalanche is flowing through the culvert into this common area. So let's hypothetically stay with the flawed argument of this is in fact private property, of which the town funds should not be used to correct this visible and clear harm. If private property, why is this town trash trespassing? Why has town silt created an unsafe environment for our residents and our kids to enjoy our common areas? If the councilmen who possess the illogical thinking that dump trash, and if they were to dump trash on my front yard, who would be responsible for such an illegal activity? My front yard is certainly private. So if we're staying with the private property argument, then what do we do about this tremendous amount of debris in addition to the silt that we already know is in the ponds? If private, then why did Trophy Club Fire Department dump their foam into our ponds, resulting in dead fish floating in our ponds? This had to be a lack of control. It's private, right? Wouldn't it have been dammed? Wouldn't have foam just not flown from, and you could clearly see it, traveling downhill from the fire department? I'll close with this picture. This is a picture of 10 gabion baskets. They're located on country club property, and the work was performed by the town of Trophy Club. It was done to prevent potential erosion. And I use air quotes because that's specifically what has been told to us, potential erosion. So work can be done on the very private country club, which you all agree is private, and it can be done with town money, and it can be done to protect those residents. But here in Hogan's Glen, no money can be spent to protect us. As elected town officials, it's your responsibility to protect all residents against adverse actions of stormwater pollution and erosion control, including remedial action. I would point out to those that disagree with spending town money on private land to Trophy Club Town Ordinance 3.14.007 and .008. Also, take one more glance at this picture where the town did take preventative measure, did install preventative controls, but we have actual damage. And we're calling on each of you, we implore you to protect us. While we may sit behind the gates, behind that beautiful gated guardhouse, we are not removed from the citizen population which you have vowed to protect. Thank you.
Thank you, Meredith. Mike, you next? Mike,
Council.
you said you may need some more than 5
Yes.
minutes.
Possibly, yeah. I've tried to cut here periodically,
All
Mr.
right.
Sheridan. Kind of in a summary format here, so
Understand.
covering a lot of areas.
Terry, I'm approving more than 4 minutes for Mike. If you would, let us know it's 6 minutes. And-
Mike Hodge, 12 Hayes Court. Over the last 23 years, Hogan's Glen residents have had to take on the cleaning of the dedicated drainage easements within our neighborhood that receive upstream input from 2 creeks that originate from areas outside of our neighborhood. In the last 12 years, the significant development within those areas outside of our neighborhood has created an unjust economic hardship for us to bear due to the increased levels of sediment, debris, and trash to clean up to maintain a continued level of drainage heading downstream to Lake Grapevine. Prior to the existence of our neighborhood, the town and others designed their stormwater or other sources of water flow to Cypress and Golf Course creeks. The town in 1999 approved the first phases of Hogan's Glen around these 2 existing drainage sources, and they clearly noted to continue them as dedicated drainage easements. What we experienced upstream over this last decade include construction in the town of Westlake, Highway 114 expansions, numerous utility enhancements along 114, Trophy Club mud water line expansions, PD 30 development, town of Trophy Club's own street work, and numerous projects within homes east of our neighborhood that flow into our drainage easement areas. We have made 2 requests to the council, one in a financial format. We've asked to receive money to alleviate the removal of excess amounts of sediment over our normal historical accumulation. And secondly, to develop a plan within the overall town stormwater management to specifically address our unique situation resulting from input of sources outside the confines of our neighborhood. It appears there are 4 or 5 total creeks used as drainage flow within Trophy Club, but only Cypress Creek and Golf Course Creek begin outside the town and flow through a neighborhood and also receive input from the other parts of Trophy Club outside the neighborhood that they run through. Our financial ask is a commitment request. We are not demanding immediate assistance, as we are cognizant of your annual budget in place for fiscal year 2023, but seek consideration for action now that we will impact fiscal year 2024 budget preparation. It is not equitable for 201 residents to bear the full cost of sediment, debris, and trash removal when sources outside the confines of our neighborhood have impacted the amounts. We have chronicled to town the collection of stormwater fees of every resident and HOA water meter since the adoption of the ordinance in 2012 of July, but never have you expended any funds in the drainage easements that exist within our neighborhood or to prevent excess sediment, debris, or trash from leaving town property and entering our private areas. We have noted in prior communications with council that we've had significant impact from the construction process of Trophy Club Town Center. We view the annual tax revenue of $250,000 to $500,000 from their potential source to assist in a one-time recovery for the removal of this excess sediment, debris, and trash. Perhaps there are state, county, regional, federal sources of funds for the town to seek, since contributing sources of sediment and trash begin outside the town limits. We have been informed of communications from town representatives that we received a settlement from contractors involved with the construction process, and we should not have accepted it if we were not made whole. We did receive $300,000, but the cost to achieve that cost us over $200,000. We've chronicled that to you previously. We ran against arguments of contributory sources, as we discussed above, resulting in the fact that the two creeks enter our drainage easements and numerous construction projects occurred upstream. We have documented to you what the levels of sediment and debris existed in July 2021. We have disclosed that we've historically experienced and hope to experience in the future. We have disclosed the cost to return the drainage easement to its original point. We have shown you that the 75% excess accumulated sediment and debris removal cost is $530,000. Reducing that figure by the aforementioned settlement, we as HOA and resident members have arrived at a one-time financial assistance request from the town of $230,000. We have disclosed numerous town construction inspection flaws during the construction process of PD 30 that increased the sediment transfer through to the drainage easements in Hogan's Glen. We have noted the resolution in January 2019 that was established between TCEQ and the contractors on PD 30 as a result of the SWIP failures, both past and future, that the town would not enforce as expected by the TECQ compliance officer.
Mike, excuse me a second. Authorize another 2 minutes. Please keep going. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Mike.
That's fine. So the compliance officer expected that to happen at substantial completion of the project. We have informed you that we understood the town to be an ally in the resolution based on actions and the tools it possessed, but eventually opted to back away, forcing the HOA to endure significant legal and professional costs in excess of $200,000 that should not have been necessary. We have noted that the town has not addressed sediment issues with Cypress Creek, as it was one of the 5 actions proposed in the required permit study performed in 2014 by outside engineers. We're seeking to form a public-private venture to resolve issues that have resulted from progress and growth enhancements. If the sedimentation removal process needs to be completed in a public award, then the HOA is ready to fund our portion as we've outlined in our analysis. We view our issues as merely a part of the management of the stormwater flow and its potential of carrying erosion from the entire town. We removed 1,200 cubic yards, that's 60 semi-tractor loads, of sediment during the dredging process from our front pond area drainage easement, just north of Indian Creek, during the period of August 2021 to January 2022 at a cost of $135,000. I want to ask Mr. Cox here how many cubic yards they removed from the town culverts south of Hogan's Glen under Indian Creek after I reached out to them in October of 2021 after our visual inspection showed sediment existing in those culverts. So we had just cleaned ourselves out, but there was sediment residing within the culverts. So I don't know if you have that documentation, if you did it. We are aware the town has made stormwater and SWIP failures a higher focus since late 2021. We have observed 5 such incidents over the last 2 years. These actions emulate what should have been done since 2012 by town staff, implied within the stormwater drainage utility system enacted by council and the basics of the one-time ask for our HOA and its residents. We thank you for your time and effort in this complex topic. Development is good for the property tax revenue side of things, but we cannot forget about the hidden costs, whether one-time or ongoing, that occurred during the steps to complete them. Stormwater management is a very pressing issue for every municipality, and we hope that you think outside the box to join us in a resolution to our unique situation.
Thank you, Mike.
Thanks.
Did you make 10 minutes?
Close.
I'm sorry. Okay, just joking with you, Mike, please. You did well. Thank you very much. Gina, next.
Gina French, 30 Cypress Court. my notes. So, you are gonna have to be creative and think outside the box on this one. And this has been a really ugly mess for the last 5 years. And the mayor tonight recused herself. We came here 4.5 years ago, and we had to face our board member and our mayor at the same time. And, you know, the thing is, Hogan's Glen is really a beautiful neighborhood, and it helps the entire town. Because, you know, they say, you know, a rising tide lifts all boats. So based on market values, price per square foot, if things are going well for us, it all falls in line throughout the town, okay? And, you know, it's kind of funny. I couldn't help but notice your screensaver is a beautiful pond. Well, I thought that was, yeah, isn't that, yes, you chose a pond. And I live sometimes on a swamp, and the smell gets pretty bad. My 86-year-old next-door neighbor, she used to love to be able to sit outside. She has asthma. And she goes to sit out there, and it's just the smell is so bad sometimes. And we had the mud come in recently, because we thought it was a sewer problem. And they're like, no, that's your pond. It's so bad, because we don't have enough water. So, you know, Mike gave you all the figures. But I'm thinking, if every homeowner in Hogan's Glen is paying the $6, and we've had, you know, lots being sold since 2012, paying this money, I think the calculation that they gave me was that's about $150,000. So that money that we pay every month is supposed to benefit us. And if it's not benefiting us, then give it back to us. And you have plenty of other people that are paying $6 a month all throughout the town. There's plenty of money in that. And you've got the people at PD 30. That's a lot of $6 a month. So there's more money going into this. So we're thinking maybe creatively, you can give that back to us, okay? So that's about $150,000. And then I don't know what category you put conflicts of interest under, how you work that out for accounting purposes. But I think there was some negligence that went on there, because we were made promises, and promises that weren't kept, but we believed it. And honestly, I mean, we really believed it. I mean, our settlement probably would have been for a lot more money, but we kept thinking, oh, no, no, no. We were told you guys were going to help us. So things went a little sideways through the years, but we always held on. We kept thinking, you know, we're your citizens. You're here to serve and protect us, but that's not what was happening. And I think that's something, and I appreciated Councilman Munger and Flynn, your comments from April 25th, very much appreciated that you understood that. So maybe we could just get a little creative with this money. And this is a one-time ask. We're not going to come back to you again. This is it. And it's a great way to come together and heal and go forward and start better best practices going forward. You know, you're not going to make these mistakes again. So thank you. Any questions?
Council, any questions? Thank you, Gina.
Councilman Sheriff, Mayor Pro Tem, can we divert, is it possible to have someone speak who is a almost brand new resident of Trophy Club?
Sure, please come up and identify yourself.
We're gonna interrupt our order. I have no idea what it is.
No problem. And sir, if you don't mind, when you're done, get with Terry and fill out a form and give me your name, please.
Sure, Brian Hillens, 4 Asheville Lane.
How do you spell your last name, Brian?
Hillins.
Got it. Thank you. Go, please.
Thanks. So I moved to the area about a year ago. Been learning about this whole issue over the course of the last year. And also sitting here and listening to the council talk about some of the agenda topics today. So let me start with the construction that we talked about and not wanting to inconvenience some of our residents down the road, which great that this council is thinking about that. Great that they're thinking about how do we protect our residents? Are we doing the same for this situation here? So that's a simple noise complaint at 3 in the morning. This is tonnage of soot that's ruined ponds. And I never knew them as to what they were previously. But I do know they're an issue. I do know kids like to go down there to fish. I do know that people like to walk along these ponds and enjoy them. So let's fast forward to the next topic of the bond situation. And so the council voted tonight to approve $7 million potentially of spend that we don't know what to spend it for. We'll figure it out. So we're asking you not to go figure it out. We're asking you to do what's right for a situation that was caused over the past several years. Finally, I'll conclude with just, this isn't public versus private. This isn't, oh, this is private area, so we're all Trophy Club. This is something that if we had the issue in any other pond, in any other drainage, in Trophy Club, you would do what's right. So why is this any different? So that's why I asked of you. Thanks.
Thank you, Brian. And if you don't mind, Terry, get his, oh, you got it. Oh, thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. Kathy?
Kathy Palmer, 40 Cypress Court, again. And I thought last time when I came, I said third time's the charm, and I don't have a saying for what's the fourth, so I'm just going to jump right in and hope I don't make a fool of myself. But you all, I think, are getting to know me a little better than maybe you would want to or not know, but I truly am heartsick when I think how many years Scott and our neighbors have dealt with this debacle and the times that I've stood before you in current and past administrations and have tried to implore to you all to do the next right thing, simply because it is morally and ethically the right thing to do. I'm heartsick because it has turned into a political issue for many of you and for some of those in the past as well. That should not be. And we have all seen how well that has gone for our town and what it has cost each and every one of us. So if I fail to convince you to help us because it is the moral and ethical thing to do, then I guess I'm forced to use your own town codes and ordinances that state unequivocally that it is your basic responsibility to protect all residents, not just those outside the gates of Hogan's Glen. You are charged to protect us from stormwater damage, but we all know that has failed to happen, and that negligence makes you liable. A few of the examples are it took over 14 months before the restrictor plate was installed, 17 months that a mountain of dirt sat eroding and working its way into our waterways, and then the $750,000 you all received to decrease the green space without adapting the SW3P to account for that change. And the very, to me, important failure is the town to follow through on all your commitments and promises that you made to our neighborhood. Those are just a few of the things. I think we know there was many more issues involved, but there's the integrity and, to me, consequences for actions that I would like to teach my children and my grandchildren. I hold myself to those standards, and I think it's something as a city or town official, you should be held to the same. To me, it's very obvious the town has failed to protect the residents of Hogan's Glen from stormwater damage. Yet how many of you here, is either council members or MUD members, voted to approve and allocate funds for stormwaters, restoration, and et cetera for the private property homeowners on Fresh Meadows? Then, how many of you voted to approve and allocate funds for Trophy Club Country Club, where that was only said to be a potential drainage issue, where we are faced with a real drainage issue? Both price tags were up from there. How are those two projects on private property any different than what we're asking for? I don't understand what it is, but you all might know that answer. The main difference to me, though, is the dollar amount we are asking for. Only 1/4 of our actual cost will be, and I might add that if I was a board member, sorry, Pat, I would have asked for the total damages, less the settlement we have received for our lawsuit. But I'm not. I'm just a resident who happens to reside in Hogan's Glen, and I pay a premium for our lot. But that is now impossible for us to enjoy because of the unsightliness, the smell, the mosquitoes, the trash that arrives with every rain event, and the health hazards that we are experiencing when my grandchildren get near that water. So it's huge and it's important to me. And I think it should be important to you, and I hope that it is. We are asking, though, that, it would cost about $600,000 in addition to that settlement, but the board has decided to only request $230,000. How many of you all would be willing to write a check for $3,500 or $4,500 out of your own pocket to repair something that occurred through no fault to your own, but something that the town is responsible to protect you from? I sure don't want to any more than I don't think any of you would be willing to either. But it is what the 201 homes and 400-plus voters will be forced to do if you don't step up and do what is legally and morally right. It is your own town codes and ordinances that require each of you to protect all citizens of Trophy Club from stormwater damage. Each and every one of us here knows the damages, failures, and negligence that have occurred, and I'm praying that each one of you will be convicted to choose to do what you all know in your hearts is right. Vote yes to allocate the funds our HOA board, excuse me. Vote yes to allocate the funds our HOA board has voted for. Yet vote yes to fulfill your obligations to preserve and protect all the citizens of Trophy Club, regardless of their address. We are all proud to call Trophy Club home, and we would like to be proud of our neighborhood again. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy.
All right, I'm Pat Curry, 2 Asheville Lane, and it falls my lot to try and summarize 5 years of pure heck and 3 or 4 meetings with you guys and lots of private conversations, 2 letters we sent you, 1,000 emails probably, and many private meetings with many of you all, and we appreciate your time as well as ours, in 4 to maybe 6 minutes at the most.
No, I was going to say, I authorized 7 minutes.
I don't think it'll take that long.
If you need more, Pat, you got it.
Hopefully
okay?
it won't take that long.
Yeah.
But I'm going to just try to summarize. Most of the things I'm going to talk about have been hit on a little bit by people that have spoke before. We really didn't know what each other was going to say specifically. We kind of agreed on an order, but we really didn't know, kind of knew the ballpark. So I'm going to say a few of these things, but the points that I'm going to try to cover are those what we think are the key and salient points, and they're the ones that were covered in some of the letters and emails that we've had back and forth with you guys. So just as a reminder, you guys have been dealing with this, most of you on the council, there may be, well, I don't think there is anybody who was around before, but for maybe a year, we've been, and thank you, Councilmember Monger, for putting this on the agenda. I'm sure you probably question that decision from time to time. But we've been dealing with this for 5 years. And again, I want to stress, as everyone who spoke before me said, none of what we're dealing with was our fault or anything that we did. It was just thrust upon us. There are all kinds of side issues related to this thing. We could be here till midnight like we were last time. But the main issue that we're really talking about is excess sediment that was deposited in our ponds as a result of failures by contractors, developers, and most of all by the town. And frankly, I'll just be totally blunt with you. I believe the town is the greatest villain in this entire issue because the town failed, as many have mentioned, to live up to your basic responsibility of protecting homeowners from stormwater runoff. One of the real important things to remember, this was not a one-off event. This occurred over 12 months. We have used the number 7, but I've gone back a couple of times and counted them. It's really 9 different rain events. Not once during that 12 months did the town do anything to stop the construction and to do anything about what was ongoing, even though we were being told that was going to occur. Now, yes, there may have been a few construction delays, most of them, quite frankly, related to interiors of buildings and things like that after the hard surface was down and the excess sediment runoff slowed down some. Hogan's Glen and Hogan's Glen homeowners were damaged pretty significantly. One of the questions that we had very early on, and by the way, the ball keeping moved of what's important, but one of the questions we had early on is how were you damaged? So let me review. With 7,822 cubic yards of excess sediment deposited in our ponds. Now let's put that into some sort of perspective that everybody can understand. Prior to this occurrence, our ponds were roughly 6 feet deep. 4 feet of that 6 feet is now covered in sediment. That's led to all kinds of costs that we haven't even included with you all. For example, there's not a week goes by that we don't have to have somebody come out and repair the fountains because they're sitting in mud now when they weren't before. We've had all kinds of issues that you've heard about related to erosion and trash buildup and mosquitoes and the ponds drying up where you could literally walk across them, although we wouldn't recommend it because it's like quicksand, as one of our homeowners would attest to. The damage to the fountains, fish kill, and many, many, many other negative outcomes that we've had to deal with that aren't even included in some of our cost projections in dollars. As we stated at the April council meeting, our homeowners of Hogan's Glen have already spent $400,162 in dredging, engineering, and legal costs to remediate this issue. We will spend at least $550,000 more in engineering and dredging costs, up to $800,000, depending on which type of dredging we use. Frankly, that will not be strictly our decision. Somebody who was brilliant at some point in time, and I mean that very sarcastically, decided to plat that thing where there are two entities that share those ponds, us and Trophy Club Country Club. And Trophy Club Country Club has a say-so in how we dredge those ponds. And they've already spoken, frankly, on what they prefer. And frankly, they prefer the more expensive method. So we will be spending somewhere between $950,000 and $1.2 million. Yes, the settlement was $300,000, has already been addressed by Mike. Some of you all questioned, why didn't we ask for more? If you're really questioning that, you have no clue how settlements work. I've been involved in a number of them. Nobody ever gets what they want. Nobody's ever happy. That means the mediator's done a really good job. That would leave us, Hogan's Glen homeowners, who had nothing to do with this debacle, out-of-pocket expense somewhere between $650,000 and $900,000, or as Gina mentioned, about $3,300 to $4,500 per household. I think it was Gina, may have been Kathy. Also, we've been damaged because funds to do other projects. We pay the same tax rate that every other citizens do, but as you all know, as a gated community, the town doesn't have to do a lot of things like take care of roads and sidewalks. We've had to put some of those projects on hold or do about half of what we really need to do because of the money that we spent dealing with this debacle. Our ask of the town is $230,048 plus. It's very important to remember, Mike mentioned this task force that we are suggesting. At the last council meeting, it was mentioned that the council had decided that that was not necessary because you had a handle on it. Well, if you looked at the pictures that Meredith provided, I would submit to you, you ain't got a handle on it. We still have a problem, and it's not just our waterways, it's all the waterways within the town that need to be addressed, and there needs to be a long-term maintenance plan. So why should the town support our request? Number one, there were multiple failures by the town during PD 30 construction. These have been mentioned, but things like proper inspections. There's no documentation that proves, and I don't doubt my good friends on the staff that they actually did them, but the first 6 months of the construction, there's no documentation. So as far as we know, they really weren't doing. Miraculously, when TCEQ comes calling, all of a sudden the inspections start. The documentation was what you were dinged on, that you weren't doing the documentation. So even if you were doing them, you weren't properly documenting them. I don't know how in the world an inspector can claim that they're going out there and doing a proper inspection when they don't notice a 60-foot high pile of dirt, and a 3-foot wide restrictor plate that's supposed to be on there for months and months at a time, both of which were significant contributors to our issue. Again, there were at least 7 occurrences over a 12-month period with 0 corrective action taken. The town code, as was mentioned by a couple of people, clearly states in Article 3.14 that the town will protect citizens from issues related to stormwater runoff. This clearly did not happen. So really and truly, all the other stuff that we mentioned really doesn't matter. The basic responsibility that the town owes to its taxpaying citizens was not upheld in this situation. And lastly, as was mentioned just now, there were multiple commitments made by the town to both the homeowners and to the HOA board of Hogan's Glen that the town would ensure proper remediation and proper cleanup of the ponds. Again, this clearly did not happen. Now, one of the points of contention that's come up in discussions with some of you all privately and was also brought up at the last meeting is this private-public debate. Frankly, it really doesn't matter which side of that coin you take. We would contend that the waters are, as Mike mentioned, a very unique set of waterways that come through, and therefore there's some public waters, but it really doesn't matter. So I'm going to just address, because this seems to be a sticking point for at least a couple of you, the private side. I don't know how much money the town has spent on lawyers and other experts to try to debate us on this issue, but I'm sure, knowing a lot of good lawyers that are friends of mine, that it wasn't cheap. So we called our lawyers, and we went and met with our lawyers and discussed this whole situation. And by the way, our lawyers have been involved in this thing for over 4 years. Whatever lawyers you got opinions from, in addition to our town attorney, haven't been involved. And even David has only been involved for a very short time, and they may not even fully understand exactly what the situation is. So we went and talked to our lawyers, and I will tell you that they agree, generally speaking, they agree that public funds in a general sense should not be used for private purposes. However, in their opinion, and as we've mentioned many times, all attorneys have opinions. This is not a court of law. You guys, unfortunately, are the judge and the jury, and you have to make a decision. In their opinion, quote, if the town caused or contributed to the damage, end quote, our attorneys believe that even if it's a private entity, quote, end quote, it is their opinion that the town can legally spend dollars to help solve the problem. I know that's different from the opinion that you may have, but again, I'm not sure that the attorneys that you're seeking these opinions from are fully aware of all the situations involved, all the failures of the town that we've well documented. Nobody to this point has debated whether or not the town has some culpability here. So if the town has some culpability, which translates to negligence, then in opinion of our attorneys, you can spend some funds to support the remediation of that. The other point that I would like to just restate, it's been stated at least twice, is as a guy who's a member of Trophy Club Country Club, I retired in Trophy Club for 2 reasons. Number one, and kudos to our police department and all of our great people here, is the crime rate is very, very low. It's a great place to live. Number two is I don't hunt, I don't fish. My only hobby is golf. For 40 years, I played maybe once a month because I was working all the time. But now I can play as many times as I want to a week. In fact, if my wife had her way, I'd play 7 days a week. But just because she's always asking, when are you going to get out of the house and go play golf? But I play about 4 days a week. So I watched for over a month, probably more like 6 weeks, that project along the creek on Country Club property where there was a huge piece of equipment. Those things aren't cheap. Most of them rent for over $1,000 a day. There was sod put in, there was a clean out of the creeks done, and there were gabion baskets. Meredith mentioned 10, it's actually closer to 30 if you go out there and count them. Those of you who play golf have probably seen them. And that was done strictly to protect the club. In fact, if anything, it hurts the fresh meadow thing because it's going to catch all the debris and start backing it up over time. So it's really hard for me. In fact, the words I used, it's laughable to say that you would be okay with spending town money to prevent potential erosion, but you're not okay with spending town money to remediate existing erosion. So here's the bottom line to me. Throughout all these discussions, the town spent a lot of time, a lot of taxpayer money on attorneys, engineers, so on and so forth, quite frankly, trying to cover your backside, when what you should be doing is trying to solve the problem. You should act now and do the right thing and stop trying to figure out a way to avoid doing the right thing. If nothing else, as I think Gina mentioned, use the $159,000 in stormwater fees that have been collected in the last 11 years from the 212 meters if you count the ones that the HOA is in charge of, and 201 homeowners to fix the stormwater issue. Voting yes should be a no-brainer for each and every one of you. Thank you for your time. Appreciate all that you all do, and any of us will try to answer any questions that anybody might have.
Thank you, Pat. Anybody else wish to speak? Okay. Then if not, I will ask the council. Anybody on the council wish to speak? Anybody on council wish to speak?
Well, I'll repeat what I said at the last meeting, and that I absolutely support us doing something. And I want to know how we can do it legally. I really like the idea of the $6 per house over a period of time. Can we rebate that back?
Okay.
Can we put that into a fund to remediate? I want to know the legalities of that.
Okay. Okay, please. Kathy, come back. Kathy, raise your right foot, left hand, take 4 minutes or less, please.
Okay, Kathy Palmer again. So my thought is, where did that $750,000 go? And has it been used up? Or is there some of that that could be put towards
Are you talking about the park fee that they pay?
whatever?
I'm asking,
That's the only one, it sounds like the parkland dedication.
okay, all right.
So was that totally used up then?
It's for parkland dedication. That was what the lawsuit was about. Talking
That's,
about the money PD 30 paid?
That
For the
PD
lawsuit,
30 paid to
they
the
sued the
city to
town.
be able to have,
No, they sued, they sued us saying they did not owe parkland dedication fees, and we countersued saying they did, and the settlement was $750,000 of parkland dedication.
so that's
that's governed by
specifically
parkland
parkland goes to the Parks
dedication
Department. Okay.
well, our neighborhood used to look, our ponds used to look like parkland. Now it looks like, you know what? So.
Okay.
it
Thank
could
you. I
qualify.
appreciate you clarifying that. Matt, can you talk to us briefly about gammon baskets? They are reasonable. You've done a little research into them. You already have them out there in some area.
Yeah, for the Fairgreen project, so TMP, of course, they do our engineering. They look at the main reason for the project in itself was there was minimum 6 homes, actually water going in the front door, so they were being flooded. The inlets were all increased, everything underground was also increased, which now would increase the water flow going into the golf course. So TMP did the engineering. The gabion baskets, is my understanding, I don't have PE after my name, but the gabion baskets are installed to reduce the speed of the water that's coming through that, to slow it down, therefore reducing potential erosion down the way. If those were not there, because everything was increased upstream and sped up, then the creek that's there now would eventually widen up and erode at a faster rate of speed. So their job is to reduce that, and then as per TCQ, and I think there's another federal law as well on for the erosion control, is they just have to prove that what they're doing is minimizing or reducing the speed of the water that's going through.
Okay.
So
you
my
know a little bit
understanding-
about the cost of gammon baskets, if I'm pronouncing them properly?
The gabion, I don't know on cost, because it's gonna be, every one of them are gonna be different on sizes, on shapes, and widths and thicknesses based on their engineered calculations.
I thought we discussed this before. Okay, oh, please, come, Pat, please.
So, Matt, don't run off.
I'm good.
I was back there laughing as he was responding, not at him, because I really respect what Matt does, and really the whole team, great people, and did a great job of dealing with the nonsense with Hunt Construction, your whole team did, so thank y'all for that. But as Mike pointed out, the town's own study 11 years ago said you should build gabion baskets on, what's the name of that creek, Mike? Cypress Creek, to prevent erosion from coming into our ponds. Guess what? You didn't do it. Guess what? We got islands that didn't exist 3 years ago. And again, the only beneficiary of those baskets is the club. He's also ironic when he was talking about the water flow. Gee, guess what? The things that the town didn't inspect and make sure were occurring on PD 30 increased the water flow 14 times coming down that creek, which drug all that stuff. So I really appreciate you making our case for us there, Matt.
Well, what I was gonna, Matt, am I correct in thinking that the gammon baskets go on town property in those inlets going into, on Indian Creek and/or upstream?
They're on club property.
No, excuse me. No, I'm talking about your issue of, I'm trying to clarify myself too. And sometimes I talk to myself. One of the issues brought up was the trash. And I thought the gaming baskets were for trash only, but if they are reduced to speed, then that's true. But the gambling baskets can be put into the storm inlets. And if they were put into the storm inlets on Indian Creek, at the top of that culvert, before that culvert, that's where my mind's going. That's not on private property, that's not on your property, it's upstream of you. And with the goal of will it or won't it help you?
That's one of the things that one of the reasons that we suggested very early on, and still say this is a two-pronged approach, is the idea of getting some engineers, because I'm not an engineer, so I don't know the exact answer to your question. Would it slow the water flow? Absolutely. But getting some engineers, some citizens that would be interested, one or more of y'all, Matt or somebody from his team, to participate in a group to just sort of look at this whole thing, and not just our ponds, because you got other waterways within the town. And the question when we asked the question about maintenance, upkeep, and management of stormwater, we were told by town staff, we really don't have a plan for that. So we need a plan for that, for the whole town, frankly. And gabion baskets is just one way. Frankly, other than the trash that comes downstream, in my opinion, and some of my neighbors may disagree with me, but in my opinion, since PD 30 has been completed, I don't think that PD 30 per se is contributing to any more excess sediment, more or less than what it was before it was there. The organic excess sediment that would come anyway, yes, is coming. So the request, remember, is strictly for the excess sediment that's put in for that 12-month period where we had the 7 rain. But the overall bigger picture is, yes, we need to study what are ways to help, because again, you're not just impacting Hogan's Glen, you're impacting the country club, then it goes back into creeks, and ultimately it goes to Lake Grapevine, which is the Corps of Engineer project. And some of you have, a couple of you have, and I sincerely appreciate it. You can come down by where I live, on the where Brian and I live, on the south end of the neighborhood, and there's a bridge that goes over Asheville Lane. And 2 years ago, water flowed through there. Today, there's water flowing through there about this wide, and you've got, again, just like you have in our ponds, some islands that have been built. We haven't even talked about that, because again, that's more of a longer-term upkeep and maintenance issue. So, long answer to your question, but yeah, they help. But again, our real issue with that was, you can put yourself in our shoes. Imagine that we've got this going, imagine that you're in our shoes and you've got this going on, and you've been told that the town's gonna take care of stuff for 4 years and nothing ever happens to do anything. They allow the construction to complete, nothing ever happens to solve the problems. Oh, well, it's gonna be remediated post-construction. That never happens. And then you're out playing golf one day, and you watch for 6 weeks the construction of these beautiful gabion baskets on country club property. So to those of you worried about spending public money on private property, I'd love to hear how you justify that, because most of you all were on the council when that was voted on.
No.
And I assume, well, at least 4 of you voted for it, or it wouldn't have gotten done.
No, I understand.
So,
Dennis, when they're done,
No,
I don't
please.
have a cue to push in.
Oh, well,
Yeah,
okay, we're gonna go around, I'm not gonna, I want everybody to have a say. But it's a multifaceted situation, and just one issue could be installing and getting those gabion baskets ahead up front and help the future to some extent.
Right.
And like I said, it's only one item, so to say.
Yeah,
Okay.
and another example, and this was the kind of thing that would come out, another example would be a partnership in working with the town of Westlake, who is bringing stuff in outside of the entire borders of the town of Trophy Club into the town of Trophy Club underneath 114.
Yeah.
Working with the mud, there's all kinds of issues.
No,
You're right,
understand.
very complex.
And Pat, we received some information on gabion baskets, and I don't have the cost readily available to me. I think one of the questions I asked at that time was, what's the life expectancy of it? And so, all right.
Well, I installed some in a creek behind an office that I ran 14 years ago, and they still look great. They have a good lifespan. There's all different types of them. They're used for a lot of different types of erosion control. They're not cheap. I'll tell you that.
Okay,
They're not cheap.
I understand. But, and we were given costs, but, Councilman Flynn?
So I want to follow up on kind of what Carl said. This is where my head has been for the last couple months on this. You heard me speak of this last council meeting. I'm bothered by one issue, and this is not considering what a lawyer may tell me or not tell me, because I probably agree with Pat in that if you want an opinion from a lawyer about something, you'll get it, one way or the other. What I'm bothered by is the notion of commitment, the notion of promises made but not kept. That hasn't changed anything. That's where I'm at. I went back and pulled out one of my favorite books of all times. And for those of you in the business world, you remember the book, 30 years old, called Getting to Yes, right? It's about conflict resolution. It's about trying to find some sort of agreement. That's what I'm challenging us as a council to do, something. And I'm not an advocate of dragging this out, another meeting, another 12 meetings. Let's make a decision tonight, one way or another. Let's get the yes. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else wish to speak?
I would.
No, Luann?
I've only had one meeting on this. I've been on the council a year and a half. I did have a meeting with two members of the homeowners association a couple weeks ago. But I, as other council members, have been researching, looking, seeking to find an answer that we can use without going against the Texas Constitution, Article 52.3, I believe. I'm not a lawyer. And that has been the problem. But do I get 4 minutes?
Yeah, you get 4 minutes, but she waves at me and I don't say nothing.
Okay,
He just ignores me.
just let him ignore you. My background has been in municipal administration. I retired from the city of Denton. So I've been in these no-win situations before. I've never had a vote at the table. I was usually staff that was, supplying the information. As Pat said, your main issue is where'd he go? There you are. Excess sediment. I've heard it said, and I don't remember if I get this right, but the thing is, if you want people to like you, you tell them what they want to hear. But if you want to help them, you tell them what you know. Let's talk about the Gambian baskets. We don't have our street stormwater manager here tonight, but I asked about these, and I went out and saw them. And you'll see in this photograph, this is your outflow. The outflow was increased. This was a stormwater project on public stormwater, okay? But if you have a project coming out of your public into a private, and it will damage the private, and Mr. Dodd, correct me if I'm wrong, by state statute, the municipality has to mitigate that damage that your project will cause to a private owner.
It's part of a public project, yes.
That's why those Gambian baskets are there. This was not a development project that some third party was doing. This is what we were doing as a municipality. We went in there with eyes open, knowing that we could damage it. Now, that's your dichotomy from this developer who told Trek on the first inspection, I own both sides of this. That's a different thing. I own both sides of this and put together a remediation plan to do at the end. That's the difference. Do you understand what I'm saying? We did this. We had to make sure it didn't hurt somebody. They did their thing, and you dealt with that for 5 years. So if that will help on the Gambian baskets, that's it. Now, there are other great questions. The town code. on the stormwater. Was it you, Pat, 3.14? Are you the one that said that? Who said that? Yes. This makes me mad. Those are opportunities missed. The town could have used some of those remedies. I became involved, I'm sorry, I'm going off, I'm sorry. But I became involved with this town after being on P&Z and seeing the arrogance of some of the developers that we dealt with. Not talking about this one specifically, but seeing that arrogance and seeing how private individuals appeared to be benefiting from that. So I got involved. I have been looking for a solution. I have not been able to find one. I have reached out to my contacts in my network of city attorneys that I know. I've reached out to public works directors from City of Denton. I've reached out to everyone I can to say, how do we get over this public-private barrier? I'm not going to be the hero here because I haven't figured it out. And nobody that I know, that I respect and have worked with in my career could give me an avenue. It was very nice to hear Pat say that if we cause the damage. Problem is, the town, as harsh as it sounds, a municipality should enforce their ordinances. And Mr. Dodd backed me up on this, but they're not required to take the action. Is that correct?
Yes, they have the authority to enforce, but
They have the authority to enforce, but if they don't do it, it doesn't.
create liability by not enforcing.
I wish we did have liability so that we could do something now. It's going to make everybody mad at me. One more thing I want to point out. We, as a council, must insist that our stormwater management improve, and that improvement needs to benefit everybody, including Hogan's Glen. We need to come up with a solution where we can stop that trash coming in. Now, granted, that's a big thing because I live on Roseville and I've got a huge drainage easement, let's call it a ditch behind me. And when Wonderland Plaza went in, we had trash down there constantly. So I empathize. I know what it's like. I've had rats in my garage coming up from that drainage ditch. But I'm going to tell you, in your unique situation, one thing that came out of it that benefited you in your settlement, and I don't think we put a monetary value to that, and I think it's important that we do. You were set up in a homeowners association, probably walking in, signing your documents, not realizing that you were taking the financial responsibility of caring for private land. And that private land was over 11 acres of common area that throughout the phases, the developer retained ownership with. Well, when you got your monetary settlement, you also got the conveyance of 11.6 acres of prime real estate. So you have complete control over that now. So I think we need to at least acknowledge that there is a value to that and congratulate you on negotiating that. But in my mind's eye, as having negotiated municipal transactions before, I know exactly what carrot that developer was putting in your negotiations, and it's, we'll give you the real estate. Well, he did, because you received 11.6 acres of common property.
Yes, ma'am. It's FEMA flood zone.
It is.
He didn't put any carrot, he had nothing, he wasn't even involved.
But that
Pat, if you
FEMA
don't mind,
Yeah.
because we do have video and audio and stuff like that.
A lot to unpack there, but first of all, the developer was not even involved in the settlement discussions. Settlement discussions were between our attorneys, our board, and the attorneys for the insurance companies. The developer was not even involved, is what we were told by the lawyers, I assume, and by the mediator, so I assume that's true. Secondly, he did not put that in there as a carrot. It was simply more of a perfunctory kind of a deal that should have been done 4 or 5 years ago. Frankly, that's another area where the town could have helped solve this problem all along, because he should have done it legally when he transferred the deeds to, I think, 2 different owners, since he was the owner over there. But he clearly kept it that way on purpose. We know that. That didn't bother us. And frankly, the 26 acres, that is not a net positive to us. That's just a liability to us. We were maintaining it anyway. Now we got to continue to maintain it. It has no value in terms of, we can't sell it, we can't make, all we're doing is spending hundreds of thousands of dollars a year to maintain the grass portion and the ponds. So a lot to be. Secondly, to your point about the public-private, again, I've given you, the attorneys who worked on this case with us for 4 years have given us the opinion that is contrary to the opinion that you have from your attorneys. I get that. Steve is right. I've worked with attorneys my whole life. You can kind of get them to give you, in fact, the thing we used to say is, tell us, here's what we'd like to do. We want to do this legally, but help us figure out how to do it legally. Your attorneys that work for the town, their job is to help the town figure out how to save money and do things legally, and I get all that. But they're not trying to figure out, is this something that the town can do? They're trying to figure out how the town can avoid doing this. There's no question, because that's what they're paid to do. So no question about that. So anyway, a lot to, and again, I didn't want to get into the public-private thing, but one of the questions I've had all along is, if this is strictly a private drainage easement, as my good friend Mr. Dodd said, then why in the heck did the town design your stormwater inlet systems to drain into our private easement, if that's the case? If that's what it is, why would you do that? And why would you have your own fire department over multiple occasions dump waste into those same drainage easements when they knew full well where it was going? I mean, those are logical questions that as of yet, nobody has answered, and I can't understand it. I don't understand how you can design a drainage easement to flow into private property. You can't do that anywhere else that I'm aware of. Maybe that's some kind of weird trophy club law, I don't know. And I've only lived in Texas for 10 years. Maybe it's a weird Texas law, but I've never seen that elsewhere.
Well, thank you for that. Now, I'm not going to get into the design of the
I
drainage.
didn't want to get into all that either.
I don't understand that.
I didn't want to get into all that either. That's why I said I wanted to address, with my comments about the private thing, and I was specifically talking to you and one other person that has brought that up. And it's legitimate. Look, I get it. And I want to say, I really appreciate the fact that all of you all are trying to do what you think in your heart and in your mind and that you've been charged to do is the right thing. And I also understand, we said this the last meeting, I don't think now a single one of you all were on the council before when those commitments, as Steve mentions, was made to us. Guess what? Nobody on our board was, well, one of our board members was on our board. A lot of people live in our community that didn't live there when those commitments were made. That's irrelevant. We're all in a place now where we're responsible for trying to deal with it. We've got to try to deal with it. And we hope you all do the right thing too.
So on the control of the property that you now own, before you didn't have control, you just had the liability. That's the point I'm making. You have total control of it now, where they can't tell you, just like Lakes of Trophy Club, they don't have control of their silting. That has been, the Corps of Engineers has it. So you now have control of the entire stream bed. So.
No, we do not. So, point, I mean, if we're going to argue this private versus public, so if we have full control, could we just divert the city water elsewhere?
I'll defer to the town attorney for that.
I mean, we'll just build a wall and divert it down the street.
I'll defer to the town attorney.
Let's use logic and let's try and find a solution here. If a public bus hits my house, are you going to say, oh, it's private, can't do anything about it? Guys, this is something that was done, and we're finding clauses to say, oh, can't do this, can't make it right. Figure out a way to make it right. Don't hide behind little nuances in what we deem the law to say. Figure out a solution.
Hold on just for a second.
Councilmember Munger, I thought, asked me a question about the $6 fee earlier. Yes, that is an option.
That is?
Yes.
That's what we're looking?
Sorry,
I did not hear what you guys were talking about.
Councilmember Munger asked me a question earlier about the $6 per house fund. That is probably available for here. We'd have to look at the type of jobs and stuff, but it is an option for financing.
Okay.
That's roughly
Thank you.
$157,000.
Thank you. Councilman Bauer.
Okay, so, all that aside, Matt, this is to you, and I'm sorry for putting you on the spot. And I'm not gonna hold you to any of it, but I wanna hear your thoughts. The trash. Is there an option, a viable option, to stop the trash? Is there something that we can do? Let's start small, right? We'll get to the bigger picture, but the trash is a problem. That has to stop. Is there something that the town can do in the next reasonable time frame that can be done?
So you've got, going into Hogan's Glen, you could break it down, there's 3 different entities that's going into those ponds.
Correct.
So you've got the West Lake, you've got PD 30, and then you've got our stormwater. So we have the ability to do things in our stormwater system, which I believe there's 11 to 12 inlets that are on the streets to be able to capture trash, things. But that wouldn't mitigate anything coming from PD 30.
Okay.
And that also wouldn't, anything that's tossed off 114 and hits into those creeks and then gets washed down, that would not solve that issue. It would remedy anything from the town, per se, that we have control of.
Is it possible to have those conversations in partnership with Westlake, PD 30, I'm using the task force loosely here, Pat, but there has to be some answer to stop the trash. Whether it's partnerships with somebody else and making a phone call, or something just on our side, but that can't continue. I mean, that just can't work. So I guess my question is it possible to at least mitigate some of the problem?
Yes, you could mitigate.
Okay.
Again,
Is it possible to
you do go back to engineering on the creek. Let's just say Westlake only. Let's say that's the only thing that was feeding. The engineers are going to look at not slowing down and damming up water, because then you're going to be causing things upstream behind it. So, again, I don't have PE after my name, but I know that.
And we've talked about
Yes.
that before, and we've looked at it. Is there a time frame that you could get something to council that says, we could do A, B, C, or D, and these are some things that we could do, these are options we can look at, something that we can say, look, we're trying to help. We're trying to mitigate the trash. Let's start with the trash. Is that an option? Is that possible?
For our end, yes.
Okay.
For what we have control of.
Okay, and then I have one other question. I believe it was Mike.
Hold on, just, Terry, if you haven't already figured out, I'm not setting time limits on anybody's talk. Okay?
She quit anyway.
No, I understand, but I just wanted to,
And I don't know if you have the answer to this. Oh, no, you're not done. Mike mentioned that there was sediment removed to the tune back in 2021, and he said there was sediment removed by the town. Do you know if there was sediment removed?
I'd have to look into that.
Okay.
I'm awfully new.
No, I know.
Yeah, I just, no, I'd
Yeah,
I'd
you
have
don't
to
know either.
look
I don't know
into
either.
it.
That's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not
All
by-
right.
Yeah, not by the town.
But no, so Mike, you mentioned that there was sediment removed on your side, but then you said that the town had removed sediment.
No, I called them in the process when we were dredging and cleaning up.
Okay.
And when we there is a concrete catch basin at the end where the culvert enters the neighborhood. It's 65 by 35. So we got that all the way down to concrete. So then I could walk inside the culverts that are running under Indian Creek. Well, there was, obviously there's sediment all through there because that's the path that was coming from south of us upstream. So I called Mr. Carroll and said, we're in the process of this dredging. We're about to have ourselves clean. You come down here and why don't you clean your part of the town?
Okay.
And I never saw him do it. Now, I approached Mr. Cox and Mr. Odell when we had one of the foam incidents from the fire department that came in from the stormwater inlets from the streets. And I point blank asked him, I said, did you ever do anything? And Mr. Odell said, yeah, I think we did. I said, well, can you tell me when and what you did? But I never got another response. But so we've not ever taken it back down to concrete yet to me to be able to walk up that culvert under the street to see what's there. But I can tell you right now, I'm pretty sure that silt is still present.
Can't confirm nor deny.
That's correct. But I can tell you, I bet it's there.
Okay.
But anyway, I want to address your gabion basket issue. The PD 30 was designed with this detention reservoir. And as we've pointed out on numerous occasions, now you weren't here when we went to our multiple-hour meeting and we went into a lot of detail. So the design of the detention reservoir in PD 30 by their design engineer, there's a 52-inch pipe that comes receiving all the probably 80% of the drainage within that complex piped into entering that detention reservoir. So you had a 52-inch pipe coming into it. There's a 48-inch pipe leaving it, okay? But once we brought a consulting engineer in, because we were asking everyone, there's no way that's ever going to hold anything. I mean, 4-inch differential with a slope, of 10 or 12 feet direct slope coming down. And so when we got into the blueprints and looking at it, the 48-inch pipe at the exit was supposed to have a restriction plate on it to reduce that exit to 18 inches. Okay? Your inspectors for 14 months never required that to be put on. So as Pat pointed out, the water flow, as you did with your gabion baskets to reduce the flow, while that detention reservoir was nothing but mud, no sod was forced to be put in by the inspectors of the town, received an exit velocity carrying dirt at over 20 times what was designed by their engineer to carry. And so that's what our complaints are, is that we as individuals were not inspectors on that site. You have staff to inspect homes. They pull a permit. You have all your different regulations for inspections. But once that basin was built, it should have been completed to the point of how it was supposed to operate. So rather than the sediment being caught and retained on that site, it exited into the creek. We don't abut PD 30. You have to realize Indian Creek runs between us. Okay, so everything that leaves there enters Golf Course Creek and runs under Indian Creek. And so all that material, just to do oversight of inspectors, and the fact that Beck Boulevard, if you're coming down Indian Creek and if you turned into the neighborhood off of across from our entrance on that little side street that goes up toward Clare Lane, that slope of concrete street was never paved until almost the end of the project and was strictly a mud pit. And so every time you had a rain event, which the other 20% of the drainage of that site is to come down that street, which also goes into Indian Creek, which goes into the street inlets, which also feed into our neighborhood. So everything, you go to the church on Indian Creek, and you look, the slope coming down all the streets, Trophy Club Drive, all that feeds through your stormwater system. There are inlet pipes in these culverts, and one in the culvert and one outside the culvert that all flows in. So that whole section of Trophy Club flows into us. But especially with PD 30 and what we tried to point out, and Meredith made those points periodically that, Kathy did, that we had a pile of dirt that sat there until November of 2019 that was, excess dirt from the site, and they allowed it to remain there, but it was not silt protected, fence protected through the final duration of the construction project. So your inspector should have made that happen, So what we tried to point out, you had significant failures in what should have. Now, pointed out you had tremendous turnover within your staff. The reason you got out of the citation from TCEQ that he issued to the town was you hired Freeze and Nichols to write a big, long explanation of how you had a lot of turnover and you were hard time training staff, and you sorry we didn't document our SWIP inspections as we probably should have. It's fine, but it's happened, We're seeking merely restitution for what's sitting there that shouldn't be there. And the fact that we didn't get support from the town, well, we have we have a bond or a letter of credit out there for damage that occurs to the town through this construction process. Well, we can't use it, we couldn't use it or whatever, even though we were told that was the backup issue for this.
Yes, I'm aware of that.
Yeah, and the fact that, we're going to withhold permits, until you resolve this issue. And the TECQ wrote them citations. We have emails where they agreed to resolve the issue they want to do it post-construction. And Mr. Sessions says, okay, well, those were SWIP failures, so we're requiring the town to enforce this agreement. When we approach Mr. Carroll, I guess he approaches legal, comes back to me and says, well, we're not going to do that. So here we got the state, telling you we have an issue and we have people that are agreeing to fix it, but yet when the hammer nobody does it, so okay, it's time for the hammer, there is none.
5 years of going through different administrations, different council members, different meetings is frustrating. So I hear you. And I'm not saying I don't want to find the solution.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm just trying to find the legal solution that we can use to help.
So along those lines and back to the Gabion baskets, I hope this will be my last comment. But we tried to make these points, so let me say it directly. PD 30 did not put the sediment in our ponds. The town of Trophy Club did. That sediment didn't come from PD 30 straight into our ponds. It came through town-owned culverts that, as you just heard, weren't cleaned. It came through town-owned, did you say 11 drainage stormwater inlets? Yeah, I only thought there was about 6, so I've learned something tonight. 11 stormwater inlets. It came through your owned and managed property onto ours. And that's why, again, we weren't trying to get into we've covered all this at previous meetings, but that's why we contend that really, as I said earlier, the town is really the largest victim in this. And again, as our lawyer's opinion is that you can get beyond your concern as it relates to private dollars because the town caused or didn't prevent through your responsibilities this damage occurring. Therefore, you have the right to spend town dollars. And you just heard you can spend, and again, our calculations are if you do the 11, 12.
Pat, I want to speak to that very issue.
Hold on just for a second.
So that's it. That's all I want to say.
No, I'm not trying to shut you.
No, I'm done. He can
Well,
speak.
you brought up the money. so when
Luann still has the floor, and she was discussing something with Pat and Mike, so, Luann?
So, and just wanted to answer your concern there, and again, be very direct about, in our humble opinion, it was the town who dumped the sediment into our ponds.
I hear you. I hear you. I do want to say one last thing before I sign off and turn it over to Steve. We, as the council, are elected to be a liaison between town operations and our citizens.
Yep.
We are not defending town operations here. That's not our job. We're not trying to lower town liability for anything they may have not done correctly, which we all agree they didn't. We're not here to block your remedy. We're here saying, we want to help. We're trying to find a way to help. We recognize that you've had bad communications over a 5-year period, and we are not the enemy here. We're actually the voice that is trying to help you resolve it, but within the parameters and the oath of office that we took.
Right, I understand that. I think you just heard a couple of different ways that you can do that.
Thank you. Steve?
Thank you. Councilman Flynn?
So you're going to have to excuse me because I used my Ohio State degree math, and I'm not getting to 100. That explains a lot. I'm not getting to $150,000. So walk me through it, because you're talking about $6 a month.
Right. The fee, as we understand, we went and researched, it's been in place for about 11 years. Is that right? So about 11 years. We realize that we haven't had 201 meters that entire time, but we would have to go and do a lot of research to see exactly how many homes there were each year. But if you did.
I know where you're getting, because you just said something, so I can cut off all your math.
You got it?
What you just said was 11 years.
Right.
Okay?
That's how long the fee's been in approach.
What we had talked about is the problem
Has been going on for 5
5 or
years.
6 years.
Correct.
So by that math,
It's
like
about
85
76,000.
70 or 80,000.
Roughly, about 70.
So
but-
I can go dust off my degree and say, okay, I get it.
Right, but again, yeah, so your math degree works, but again, the real issue here, and we said that because we didn't know how long we've been paying the fee, frankly, to a research. The real issue here, as was pointed out earlier, is, to our knowledge, and Matt may correct us, but to our knowledge, there's been 0 of those funds over the 11 years that have been spent to the benefit of Hogan's Glen. So we're not aware of any. There may be some, but we're not aware of any. We are aware of some testing that was done this year that destroyed a lot of people's yards, including mine, but we're not aware of anything else.
Thank you, Pat.
Let me address one thing, Councilman Flynn. I think the wording in the ordinance that was passed basically reflects that if you're paying the fee, you're paying it because you're a member of the public drainage system within the town, whatever method it's following its path to get to its exit, I believe is the implied wording that I felt was within the ordinance from 2012.
Okay, thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Dodd? Yes. You started to talk to Carl about the fee and whether or not the town, the council can do anything with that fee.
He asked a question if it was available, and I said yes.
It is available?
Yes.
And available in what manner?
I mean.
For example, I'm just blowing
I'm
my
not an-
mind open.
I'm not an-
Suppose we were to say, we absolve Hogan's Glen from paying the fee for 5 years. Or I'm guessing, what manner can we use this money?
You can use it for stormwater.
Can we absolve
that's
them,
a wide word. I'm not an engineer.
or I'm not using the right word?
I think you're better off refunding or paying than absolving future.
But it is possible to refund it
Yes.
legally.
The problem with.
Without interfering with the lawyers talking back and forth over.
Doesn't get into the constitutional problem we're talking.
Got it.
That's one method. Another method is public-private.
It has nothing to do with public-private,
Well,
right?
but another method is a public-private.
Okay.
And then you.
Now, I'm trying to do something tonight.
Okay.
I'm not trying to.
Fair enough. Not trying to engineer.
Okay. So theoretically, last meeting, Councilman Flynn put a motion in for 75,000. That did not pass.
Correct.
But if he was to, and I'm not putting words in your mouth, I'm just trying to think it through, but if he was to say, we're going to refund the Hogan's Glen residents, and I don't know what, I know it's the HOA, but I'm thinking the residents, if he was to refund $75,000 of that fee, that would be legal.
That is legal.
That would not bring up the constitutional issues that we're struggling with.
The issue you did touch on, though, is it goes to the residents, not the HOA.
That's correct. So then you'd have to proportion it out per resident?
We've all sat up here and talked about the fact that the town's at fault in this. So I don't understand why we can't honor their request, pay them $230,000, let them go on about their business.
I'm confused. Because we sat up here and voted for $75,000. I know the folks out there probably weren't happy with that, but we did. It didn't pass, right? Then we get letters and all this stuff coming from David and other lawyers saying, you can't do this, you better watch that, all this stuff, where I walked in tonight thinking we have no chance in you know what. Now we're back to where we were a month ago. I don't understand that, because I just heard what Dennis said, which is we're trying to get to yes. From what I heard you just say, David, we could potentially use that.
Use that fund.
So that fund, if we decide to do it, one, and the amount is up for discussion. Okay?
Any other comments?
Well, I think it's ridiculous to try to think about refunding everybody $6 per house, per month, per year, per whatever, when we know that that $6 has not been spent on anything. And there's not a plan that I know of going forward to spend that $6 on anything. So why can't that money be used to pay the $200,000 that they need to do what they need to do?
So the legal question, if the fund, even by your math, was 150, David, can we spend more than the 150, to Carl's point, or are we?
The constitutional issue doesn't bring up the amounts. It's public land versus private land. And the question was, is that refundable or something like that? That's not spending public money on private land. That was the question I was answering. Is someone coming up? Sorry.
No, that's right. Kathy, just wait for them to finish your comment. But you come on up, just wait for it.
The legal issue doesn't hinge on amount.
Is that, okay, Kathy, you wish to say something?
Well, I guess I need you to explain, or somebody to explain to me, how then were you able to spend these tens of thousands of dollars on these gabion baskets on Trophy Club Country Club private property in?
That was part of a public-private or public, it was the end of a public project. It was
But
a
you all-
continuation of a public project.
But it was on private land. What is the difference? And that was way more money than we're hoping for here. And the $230,000, we're all still, as citizens, going to have to come up and write a check between $3,000 and $3,500 and $4,500 to be able to get this back to what it was. So we're not asking in abundance. We're asking for a little assistance for something we had nothing to do with. So there was a way to spend that money on the residents in Fresh Meadows. There was a way to spend that money on Trophy Club Country Club on a thought that it might cause an erosion. No erosion had occurred, but we have erosion, we have silt, we have these issues. I know there's a way. I'm sorry, I know there's a way. I just do.
All right, I think we just found it. It's going to be a matter of money, but go ahead. Apologize, Meredith?
It's Meredith Hannafin, 9 Stevens Court, and I would just back that up, that your application in public and private, it went on private property. Everyone agrees the country club is private. So perhaps the intention was, since the country club is our main focal point of Trophy Club, we need to make sure it looks fantastic, and there isn't potential erosion to the country club. But your public and private application, in my opinion, it doesn't hold because you already have evidence of you doing that.
As part of a public project that was sending things on there, and that's what I was talking about earlier too. If there's a public-private cooperation, that's a different story. That gets around the constitutional prohibition also too.
Yeah.
It's a project. I have to look at the project. I'm not an engineer. I can't sit here and tell you X, Y, Z, do this, X, Y, Z. I don't have that.
Your culvert is public.
Okay.
I
Thank
think,
you. Thank you, Meredith. I got,
I think I would like to make a motion,
all right, I'm open for,
okay?
all right.
And I
Before-
want to,
Just before, I just want to make sure everybody's had a chance to make a comment before a motion's made. Okay, go ahead, Steve.
so I want to word it like the last motion. Can you help dig that up, Terry?
From the last meeting.
The last meeting, the $75,000 motion. I want to word it like that with one minor change, that being I'm making a motion to make that dollar amount $150,000.
You will, just.
Yeah, and
just for a
if
second,
somebody's
let's
wondering,
clarify.
why did I get
We
the
don't-
150,000? Mr. Curry came up with that number. It seems reasonable to me, and that's my motion.
Okay, let me clarify. First of all, anybody have a second to that motion?
Well, he wants me to read it. Would you like me to read it?
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
this is the motion that was made at the last meeting. A motion was made by the mayor to give Hogan's Glen HOA the sum of $75,000 in exchange for a release of liability for any siltation, filtration, or damage up to the date the release is signed. The motion was seconded by Councilmember Flynn.
So my motion is exactly that wording with the exception of the dollar amount of $150,000.
Okay.
150.
Then, once again, then we come back to, it's going to the HOA, not the residents. Is there, you've made the motion, I'm sorry, I'm not supposed to interrupt. All right, motion. Do we have a second to the motion? Anybody want to second it? All right, the motion fails. Keep thinking. Motion fails for lack of a second. Now,
Well, I would like
had
to
he.
make a motion.
He has a motion.
Okay, but just, if you don't mind. If there was a way to give it to the residents versus the HOA, then that would not present a constitutional.
That was, it wasn't residents versus HOA. It was that it was the $6 fee was got it around the.
But could his 75,000, but I don't know how they give a release, but could the 75,000 go to the, be refunded to, proportionately to the residents?
It's not, it can be. That's not what.
But
gets
the
you-
motion was for the HOA.
Yes.
And if, whatever they're going to do with it, they're going to do with it.
No, I understand. Okay, that that failed. Carl, do you wish to make a motion?
I'd make an identical motion, but change the dollar amount to, what was the 230? 230,048. And my rationale for that is, we've all sat up here and said that it's our fault, right? We've all said it's our fault. That makes us responsible for paying the remediation.
Do you
And I don't see how there's any legal argument to that.
Do you want the funds to come out of the stormwater fund?
No, I think the town should just pay it. And,
You want me to read your motion?
please.
Motion to give Hogan's Glen HOA the sum of $230,048 in exchange for a release of liability for any siltation, filtration, or damage up to the date the release is signed.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Who was that?
Okay. Anybody in the public wish to comment before we vote? Kathy?
Well, the only thing I thought, he said that they were able to do these projects on Fresh Meadow and whatever the other, Fair Green or whatever, and the Country Club because there was a project. Well, we have a heck of a project, a dredging project that we'd love to work together and get the money. I mean, in 230,000, which I am very grateful for, but there's a project that you all can take on or put it in that, whatever the guy was coming up with, the 7 million, give us 800,000 and there I'm just saying, I'm throwing out things. If he said it has to be a project, we've got the biggest project we're looking at and have been looking at now for 5 years. Just a thought.
That was a town-initiated municipal project, though. Okay.
Well, didn't the town initiate the project that we have to take now? No?
Nah, not in this case, no.
So even though Pat said PD 30 did not dump all the silt into, the town did through these 11 things, so that was something that you agreed to let PD 30 come and do that project, and the consequences is that we've now got all these thousands of pounds of silt that came through there, so to me, it is initiated.
But it's not a project.
No, I'm saying that let's
other
make it a
thing was-
project because of this occurrence. Make it a project.
Can I say something?
All right.
So I have one concern with the 230, or the one, it doesn't really matter. We agreed to do that with a release. That doesn't stop the trash.
No, it doesn't.
That doesn't fix it. And we don't get to do anything to fix that now.
That's where the second part of it.
So
the task force that
either we combine this and figure out a way to fix the trash problem in conjunction, or we walk away and we may not get to fix the trash problem, which I think is a significant issue.
The trash problem, if I could jump on that,
Yeah,
is bigger than Hogan's Glen.
it is.
Because I live on Durango and I walk my dogs next to the creek that runs next to Lakeview Elementary. And every time there's a rain,
It's there.
that creek fills up with garbage. My daughter and I last year walked through there and picked up 3 trash bags full of stuff, and the next day was all full of it again.
So is that an
I-
agenda item that we can
Well,
add in the future?
so interestingly, what I did was, when Wade was town manager, I called him up and said, hey, this thing is full of trash again. What do we do about this? And he said, oh, we got some contract people, we'll just send them over there, pick it up. And the next day it was cleaned up. So I think the trash needs to be addressed as a different thing, but that's a town-wide deal. Because that stuff flows from 114, it comes over from Westlake. You know, the Circle R Ranch people are just throwing all their trash over there. I don't know what it is.
I just don't want to set us up for failure. You know, I-
We're happy to, as we said all along, to participate. Members of, I'll volunteer, I'm sure there are others in our community, we've got some engineers and things like that that would love to participate in that project. Councilmember Meyer, you just reminded me, I'd forgotten all about this. We actually pay somebody to come and clean our trash up too, on a regular basis, and it's not cheap. It's also dangerous with the size of the snakes that we got that now come into the pond.
So I retired from that job when I came face to face with the snake. I've done it since 2007, but not anymore. I was out on the snake.
Okay, so we have a motion, it's been seconded, the public's had a chance to comment. Any council people want to comment before a vote? It will take 4 council people to pass this. That's per our town charter and rules of procedures. All right, all those for the 230,000 to the HOA as presented in red. All right, that's 2. All those against? That's 3 with 1 abstention, correct? Okay, motion fails.
I'd like to make a motion.
All right, another motion.
I'd like to make a motion to refund the stormwater fee to the residents of Hogan's Glen for the time period of 2012 to today's date. I would like a full release of all matters concerning
Same language as the prior motion
Yes.
on the release,
Okay.
on the release.
But oh, excuse me, continue with your motion, and we'll have public comment too. I mean, we're going to continue this, all right, good.
Yeah, I don't even have a second yet. Yes, please read it back, Terry.
Okay. Refund the stormwater fee to the residents of Hogan's Glen, HOA, from 2012 until today, with a full release of all matters of release of liability for any siltation, filtration, or damage up to the date the release is signed.
Yes.
Could we put a specific date on the 2012? Is that January 1st? Whatever that
So
is.
that's 11 years at 132 months?
Date of passage, what it passed into what.
All right, we're going to need a
Okay.
second. We're going to need a second.
Can I get a, like, what does that look like?
Well, hold on.
doesn't matter if there's
Let's get
no
a second, then
second.
we'll ask some questions, we'll clarify it, and we'll give the public a chance to speak and work it out. But we need to get a second first. Do I have a second? I'll second it. Now, let's try to clarify it a little bit more. Councilman Barrow, you have questions?
Yeah, can we get, you're looking at 11 years, it's 132 months, and you're wanting a full $6 per, is that, am I understanding that right?
Yes, that's the way it read, Terry.
That's
Can you get
972.
your Ohio math out? I don't math.
But we don't know.
So here's the issue with that, because if you're going to refund those residents, you have to find the people that lived there 5 years ago and 8 years ago and 10 years ago. And you have to refund them, and they don't live here anymore.
Is she talking about refund the residents or funding it to the HOA?
The residents is what the motion said.
We cannot sign a release for the residents. I'll just stop.
You'd have to get 201 releases.
David, can we refund through the homeowners association the equivalent amount of that dollar amount?
So you want to, yes, in exchange for the full release.
Yes.
An amount equivalent to the $6 per house, or actually, I don't know if it's $6 the whole time. The amount for the stormwater drainage fee from 2012 to June
Okay.
2023.
Sure.
I don't
Terry,
know when they're collected.
do you mind hopefully rereading that as a motion? And can we put a dollar amount in there?
We have, you don't know.
You've got a
how
motion
many
and a second.
homes are
No, I
We need to
understand.
vote on it.
No,
this year.
we're discussing it now.
We would have to go back and look at the records to see how many homes were in 12 and 13.
All right.
And
Okay,
That's why I'm trying to put it
here's the
to.
thought. If we were to withdraw
Well-
that and amend it,
All right, I withdraw my second. Okay?
withdraw it.
And I have no idea if that meets Robert's Rules of Order. I don't have it with me. but-
I was
Close
trying to
enough.
But it's
withdraw.
All right.
it's your motion, right?
Could
Yeah, all right.
Can I ask a question?
Please, Councilman Munger.
What does that $6 per month do?
I don't.
Matt, no, Matt.
Matt,
What does it pay
you can
for?
speak to that, correct?
Initially, what it pays for is the annual inspections that we do on each of the stormwater systems throughout town. So when you're doing the inspection, if you see that there's damage, there's cracks, there's things like that, then that's when those things get addressed. So think of like insurance policy, where you're paying a certain amount per month in the event that something, goes on. That's what that fee is.
So if we were to theoretically say that they've been paying the $6 per month into this insurance policy,
Yeah.
and now we have a cleanup job because of the stormwater remediation, why do we have to refund money to anybody? Why can't we just take that money and use it to clean up the pond? Whether we give it to them to clean up the pond or we clean up the pond, why can't we just use that money to do that? Or is there a reason why we can't?
You could, it would sound like I'm kind of.
Talking like a lawyer?
Drafting this as I'm listening.
Yeah.
If you come up with the amount, and you specify that it's from that stormwater fund in exchange for that release, I think that accomplishes what you're trying to do, is that correct?
And maybe a not-to-exceed amount, possibly?
You could do it not to exceed.
Yes.
Well,
Something
yeah.
that we help with.
The issue with the dredging, Carl, is your number pad is a whole lot more than
Yeah.
my math just came up with. If you took, let's go back over the math. $6 a month
I got my calculator.
times 201. You're with me so far? Times 12 months. Well, hold on. 12 times 12, or times 11, that's 157,000 or something like that, which was kind of how I came up with the 150 before.
Well, that's,
Yours and my number are the same. The HOA also has. HOA has 12 meters. The HOA has 12 meters that are not homeowner-owned that we are responsible for, that we pay the water bill.
so.
Chair.
All right, so may I make a comment, because I
Those 12 and the 201.
No, those 213 counting.
He's saying those 12 are not in the 201 they're talking about.
But there hasn't been 201 for the entire 11 years, so
that,
the motion there,
yeah.
I'm not trying to do y'all's job, but the motion there, if you're going to go that route.
The
makes a
calc,
lot of sense.
that, okay.
The motion there makes a lot of sense because somebody goes back and does the research and tries to figure out exactly how many
Now you-
how many meters
who-
there were each
Who
year.
lived there, when, and whatever, I'd rather,
No,
in
no,
my
just-
opinion.
just
we'd
how many
rather
there
come up
were.
To a number.
How many meters there were, not who
Right.
it was.
Yeah.
Right.
But I'd rather, okay.
I have a question. Okay, can anybody tell me how much money we have currently in this fund?
April.
Yeah. What I was trying to say, Pat, is that in trying to do all this rigmarole that we're trying to do.
Right.
I still have an issue with the water attorney saying that we can't do it for private property. And I mean, and we've been through all that before. But if it could go to the HOA with the wording to be the benefit or distributed to the citizens with, to where you're benefiting from it, I can go along with, I'm trying to search
Right.
that.
Our intention would be strictly to spend it on dredging of those ponds, period, end of
all
story.
right.
And again, I would remind everybody, as you're thinking about these kind of things, the club has to be involved in any discussions. Now, they won't get any of our money. They'll have to put up their own money, but they're going to be redoing their spillway. There's a lot of issues back and forth related to that. So the timing on when we could do this, at least one of you all suggested somewhere along the line, let the town find the vendors to do this. We're all for that. We'd have to work with the club as well because again, they're part owner of those ponds, which was an idiotic way to do it.
Got it. April?
So these numbers are, as of a month ago, I emailed that out to everybody, and it was a little over 1.3 million was the fund balance
gotcha.
in that account.
All right. So now, David, I do have an issue with it's going to, and it's not so much the dollars as much as the wording.
Yeah.
How do we word,
Okay, it sounds like, I'm hearing there's multiple parties involved. We haven't dealt with the club at all, but you are talking about trash.
we are strictly dealing with Hogan Glen tonight. That's our agenda item. That's
You're-
it.
And you're refunding, the premise of it is it's refunding this fund or using the money from this fund, correct?
Yeah,
Yes.
It's Carl
that is correct.
drafting the motion. That gets you, that's not a constitutional problem. You're not spending the money, you're refunding something that was already collected. You could put a condition on it, on the motion, as you have for the release, but also, you could throw in there trash remedy
Well, that's.
on this whole situation. I know that's a bigger situation, it doesn't solve the town-wide one, but it is part of a bigger project.
Well, that comes from
Yeah,
my,
let's get through
that'll be
this
my motion after
No,
we
but-
get settled this. I'm going to talk about the gambling baskets. But for this, how do you,
The motion,
how do I look at, we're giving the money to the HOA, but the citizens paid for it, or and Pat's correct in how they're going to spend, we know how they're going to spend the
put a
money.
condition on the motion on that it's used for this purpose and for stormwater remedy. Because it's a stormwater drainage
All right.
fund.
So could you help,
You don't want
Congressman, can you help, I'm sorry,
Congressman
that's
Munger.
next. Can you help create the?
So your motion was
All right,
motion to
I was-
approve, and I don't have a dollar amount.
I was going to throw out wording possibly of it go in escrow and we submit some kind of vendor invoice or
That's going to
something
come,
like that.
Mike,
If you want to,
that'll.
if you're trying to protect it,
No, I know.
You just like coming up on Tuesday night?
no,
Hold on.
no, I'm just
I
saying,
know.
you're trying to work out legalities, and I'm trying to say
I-
that we'll do everything. We'll let you do the project and we'll pay you.
Let
Here's
let
the
us,
dollar
let
amount.
us talk it out,
have
Mike,
a
but
dollar
thank you
amount?
very
I have a
much.
dollar
And
amount.
you'll have a chance
So
to
it'd
talk
be-
again. Hold on. All right.
He needs a
Congressman
dollar
Beach.
amount to put his
Congressman?
motion.
That's
I got promoted.
I know.
It's been a
It's
coronation.
getting late. It's 10 o'clock. My arm is killing me, okay?
All right, we don't have a motion on the floor currently.
No, there's no motion.
Okay.
It's a discussion.
Can't read that far. Or,
Taking into account all the conditions, okay, I would like to make a motion that we use the stormwater drainage fund to issue or provide it to the HOA for the express purpose of mitigating
stormwater,
help me finish this thought,
stormwater siltation
stormwater siltation issue and mitigation.
up to, you have an amount.
162 is the
Well,
amount that Carl described.
Yeah, I mean, we shouldn't say up to, we should give them an amount.
Okay,
It's,
that's
it's,
an amount.
it's an amount based on a formula.
I said 157, but, okay, I'll amend it.
If you do fuzzy math and say 205, because it was 201 or 213, 205 times 11 years, times 6, times 12, and it's 162, come on, phone, 162, 360.
Well, one, I haven't finished my motion,
You want a dollar amount.
okay? And two, okay, you're going back farther than the start date of the PD 30 project. Okay? And I don't think that could be considered fair to all the other homeowners that have been paying into it. So, if, I'm saying we go to an amount. 100, 150, 152, 157. I say, let's just make it a round number, make it $150,000 to mitigate it, paid from the stormwater drainage fund
In exchange for the release.
in exchange for the release and all the language that we had there.
Well, I think that it should stay in the motion, I'm sorry.
I was going to say, is that a motion, or are we still trying to word the motion?
I'm trying to word the motion.
Trying to word the motion, it's not a motion yet.
That was the same motion we talked about a half hour ago, $150,000 with that exact wording, right?
But we did not,
But we
You
didn't
need
have
the refund so that you pull it out of that other,
it has to
Okay.
come from the stormwater drainage fund.
yeah.
Okay.
It's got to
To be
be,
used.
So, read it back to me, please.
All right, we're trying to be bureaucratically correct in the wording. How
Okay.
about that? And
a
satisfied
motion
with
to
it.
give Hogan's Glen, or to give?
To refund.
refund.
No.
No.
Not refund.
It's not refund.
You're paying Hogan's Glen HOA,
To-
I don't know the.
Provide,
Provide-
150,
To provide Hogan's Glen HOA the sum of $150,000 to mitigate stormwater drainage
siltation,
damage,
stormwater
and then release of liability for any siltation, filtration, or damage up to the date the release is signed.
All right, you got the word siltation in there, right?
Yeah.
Correct.
All right.
That-
Anybody want to make any comments over the wording? All right, we'll have a motion, make a formal motion, and we'll get a second, and then we'll continue talking.
I make a formal motion,
Okay.
okay, to pay Hogan's Glen,
Provide Hogan's Glen HOA
provide Hogan's Glen HOA,
the sum of $150,000
sum of $150,000
for the express purpose of mitigating stormwater damage?
Siltation.
Siltation.
for the express purpose of mitigating stormwater filtration, geez, it is getting late.
In
With-
exchange for a release.
In exchange for
Full release,
full
Full
release.
release of liability.
up until the
Liability.
date of the release is signed.
Pardon me?
Full release up until the date the release is signed.
All right, the motion's been made. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. Okay?
Yes, I'm
Anybody in the public wish to speak? Any council people wish to speak?
I'd like a clarification.
Clarification requested. And then, all right, next, let's, What type of clarification do you want?
Mr. Dodd, if this is not a refund, if it's just being dispersed out of an account, how does that protect us from what you've warned us against
It's a
up to this
refund
point?
in the sense that we have to say it's from that account to the HOA, because a refund would go straight to the homeowners. The wording is there to get it to the HOA, not the homeowners, and I'm comfortable with that.
So you're comfortable with that, and we've gone past that barrier?
Yes.
God, why couldn't we have done this, come to this type of wording months ago? But, okay.
Make sure that
Stacy?
says fund. It needs to come from the stormwater drainage fund.
Fund.
Yes. It needs to be clear.
The stormwater drainage fund, it does say that in the motion.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. Kathy, public, anyone wish to speak, come to the microphone, please.
Okay, I know I'm as tired as you are. I have a new shoulder, so I can relate. That, I don't understand when there are all these funds, and you know what it's gonna cost us to do it, in all good conscience. I mean, I'm grateful for anything, but 150, when we're asking for 230, which is a fourth of the money that it's gonna cost us to hopefully do it, and then no task force to follow up, can't we have a little bone here to?
It's going to be addressed on a future agenda item,
The task force will be?
not a task force, because I don't think we need a task force. We know what the problem is.
Okay,
What we need is we need to develop
Stormwater drainage plan.
well, we have a plan, but we need to have that plan address adding the filtration systems
I'll address that here in a second, because we'll have another motion here after this vote.
so that would be the gabion baskets or
Yeah.
trash,
We'd have to
kind of?
we'd have to conduct an engineering study to find out what would stop trash from entering in the stormwater system and hitting your areas and any other areas of town.
Right.
It's not something that we're gonna be able to do overnight.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Kathy. Anybody else wish to speak? All right, I'll call for a,
My only comment is I'm disappointed we're limiting it to $150,000.
okay, all right. All right, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Can I say it's unanimous? 6 passes. Now, we're not done yet. I don't have the exact numbers of the game baskets that was discussed but it was basically going to be somewhere in the 55,000 range. And what was not discussed was how much it was going to take to maintain that, because it has to be kept clean or it's useless type thing. So I'm making a motion tonight that the town install in those stormwater inlets that they can, which I believe is the 11, but whatever it is, and to present council with a full, let me get this motion right. I want the town staff to present council with a plan of action to install, not to think about it, but to install the damn things. And I don't want it to exceed $75,000. Now, where I'm coming up, that's my motion. Where I'm coming up with that is that I can't find it in my book, but we discussed it, and we figured out how much it was going to cost. It was going to be in the 50,000 range. Good.
Can we make a motion on an item that's not on the agenda?
Yes, this is part of the agenda. This is part of the Hogan's Glen issue. This is part of answering their question.
We have to add it to the future agenda item.
I would add it to the future agenda item list to be safe, because I think you said 11.
Then it probably never.
I think you want to
I
specify.
Okay.
No, I think what you're doing is you're giving them direction.
You're giving us
Yeah.
direction.
All right, I'll give you a direction. I want to see a real plan, and I don't want it to be nebulous in the future. I think we can be exact, okay? That's one, and that's on town property. And then my other question was going to be, the idea of trying to work something out with Westlake is ridiculous, and so what Beck is going to be ridiculous. But when they do Phase 3, can we force them to put Gambian baskets in the storm outlets of the storm system that will be created in Phase 3 in PD 30.
That'd be direction to find
Mayor
out.
Pro Tem,
Go ahead.
may I add a clarifier?
Go ahead.
You've used the terminology Gambian baskets. That's not what we're going to put in the storm
Okay.
inlet. What,
Got it.
those were the trash collector
Got it.
baskets. The Gambians are the big rocks.
Okay, no, okay, I'm not, yeah, I'm talking about the Flex Storm Pure inlet
Yes.
filters.
You're talking about the trash collection.
Yeah, I'm
Yes.
talking about these filters that were presented to
But
the
that's
council.
a future agenda item.
Okay, future agenda item. If I could have a second to, we have a second from, to add it to the agenda, okay?
Did anybody make?
Who seconded it
Oh, Carl.
Okay, all right.
to put it on future agenda?
Before I adjourn,
Will that address the culverts?
well, that'll be on the town inlets into those culverts is what I'm saying.
You're talking about the street inlets, I believe.
That is correct.
Talking about trash collectors, I think you're talking about something.
You're talking about the street
Inlets, yeah.
Okay. I'm
Right.
talking about the culvert.
No, but see, into the culvert, that's where you get what's being put into by PD 30, by Westlake and everything else, and we don't control that. I'm trying to do what we do control tonight. And we can consider keeping going, but at least that's something that I know we can do without question.
No, I was just trying to get clarification. If
Oh, please do, Mike.
you're trying to address the culvert issues also, or just trying to stop limbs or whatever that make it all the way to Indian Creek and then go under.
Right.
That's gonna
Or,
And that's,
and you
okay.
realize that.
Mike, please, come to, and let's not prolong the meeting
Okay,
too much.
I'm saying, you have to also realize you have two, I don't know, I'm not sure, they're 36-inch, 48-inch. You got one inside the culvert far west, and then you've got one separate pipe that issues to the north of the culverts that enter, so they're coming from.
I can only control what town
No,
property.
I'm just trying to say, are you trying to address tree limbs and other, you're trying to catch trash, but we're also,
Whatever.
when you have a bigger culvert, you get
No,
tree
I
limbs.
understand, but most of that stuff comes from underneath and not through those storms.
Right.
Most of it comes direct from PD 30.
Yes, sir.
We're kind of beyond.
We're off,
That's what I'm
we're off the
I
line.
think we're clear in its direction.
No, I was just trying to say, are we trying to address those also? You've addressed the street inlets?
That was a motion to put it on a future agenda item.
Yeah,
So
no,
it
I'm
wasn't-
trying to
it's not gonna
expand
be-
your
I
future
know.
agenda. item.
Okay.
Okay. Mike, if we would talk afterwards, okay? All right, executive session's next. I don't think we need to go into executive. Anybody request to?
No, it's just to put it on.
Oh, just a motion?
Yeah, and all you need is a second council person to do so. So without going into, hear a motion to adjourn,
I make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
second by everybody. Mike, if you got a second.